Yeah, I told him I was on my way.
Yep. Yeah, he announced it.
Makes sense.
Hey, Facebook worked again.
Oh my fucking Jesus. Space.
Now we have
Space
audio.
hole.
Got some new minis there.
Backseat. Yeah, lots of good shit. There's a friggin' turtle with a staff and some magic.
Druid. Yeah.
This is sick. Steel Predator. Nice.
Also, Alex, if you want, there's fajita stuff over here.
Fajitas. Oh.
Chicken and steak fajitas.
Right on, man.
So there's tortillas there. There's a plate there you can use if you want.
Appreciate it, man.
No hat today.
It's hot.
It's not that it's just hot. It's also just the sunburn. I'm like, I'm not
I was
wearing
gonna
a
say,
hat.
like, you can say you're all red.
Leather hat. I left those there specifically. I was like, Alex is going to want to check those out.
Oh, fuck yeah, I
And
am.
they're not going to have net, so.
Dude, the Bone Claw Mini. That is sick.
A little bit better than the old ones.
I was gonna say the old ones are kind of cool, but this one's like posed
Yeah.
and shit.
Because I just break things. That's the old bone claw. He got a little more exciting. Oh, as I just knock off.
Definitely
all
sharper.
these.
Yeah,
Did you kill them all in one shot?
this fucking thing is cool.
I need to give
Oh,
up
that.
on this and make a new
That
shot.
right there is cool.
It's just too spindly, wobbly.
Well, it's not just that. It's just that it's overloaded.
Yeah.
It's been great for a long time. It's just I can't pull things out because I have them all stacked in there. Anyways,
Anyways,
while you look at that, welcome to episode 26 of Oceanbound, D&D on a Whim.
I just wrote that down. It's like, damn.
26 episodes. Yeah, a little bit of what's that? So it's and then we have 3 pre-episodes.
half a year.
So
I'm pretty
We're looking
sure I worked it out. It was the 2nd of February when we started.
104, 116 hours of game.
All day.
Yeah, not too bad. Making sure we've got this all set. Be sure to join us on Rumble. If you're watching us on Facebook, you'll see that pinned chat. We'll have the Rumble link. Rumble will bring you up to our game with the live chat as I close this out. So I will be keeping live chat up for you on there. So if you want to interact with us while we are live, do that. Oh, I look terrible. I went camping and I got super sunburned. Yeah, I just see myself. I'm like, oh,
Red.
I also got this going on over here. I don't even know what's happening.
It's,
I should
it's
just wear a
up doing
hat.
its own thing.
Just doing its own thing.
It happens.
We're prepping for con season, so I'm going to have to get a haircut right
Yeah,
before
gang.
this con season. I'm not going to cut my hair too soon before it.
And then have to do it good.
Well, it's not just that. It's because I'm starting off, we're doing Preacher. So I'll have my Preacher cosplay for Friday. And if I cut my hair short and then it doesn't grow out and then try to, if I do it, it's usually fine. But if I try to get it done professionally, and sometimes when I do it, if it's already short, I'm trying to just clean it up for the con. And it's only been a couple weeks since I cut it. I always overdo it because it's just like trying to just barely graze anything off. So I'll let it get out of control before the con and then be ready for the actual convention. But join us again on Rumble. If you prefer, you can watch us on YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, or the Facebook Gaming, Facebook Live. Whatever is most comfortable for you, join us there. But if you want to be in our interactive chat, come in here. There's a couple of you guys watching. Say something if you want. We'd love to hear from you. If nothing, you can always just say terribly bad things about us.
That's true.
We'll take it. As long as any engagement is fine. But other announcement, we will for sure. Alex and I will be at Colorado Springs Comic Con. So if you want to come out and see us in person and you live in the Colorado area, join us August 19th, 20th, and 21st at the Broadmoor World Arena for Colorado Springs Comic Con. That's going to be a lot of fun. We're just going to be there being nerds. Definitely going to be some D&D involved shenanigans and such. We're also definitely going to randomly get louder because Repeat Track just apparently doesn't want to do it. It's fine. We can do this. Just have to turn it down a little bit.
Repeat Track did everything we wanted it to.
Except
Except for Repeat the Track. Just
at that same
stay
volume.
on one track.
Better repeat it.
It's a different track. It did repeat it. It's supposed to repeat loop, like repeat.
Right.
It's not supposed to repeat it once or twice
The
and then
playlist.
stop.
It's just decided
And
to
then
go
gets louder.
play something else.
Mm-hmm.
It's trying to read the room, all right? It's doing its best.
Yeah, it's not. It's definitely not its best.
Not its
It's
best.
capable of doing much better. Making sure I have all my notes set as we get started.
Anybody want a s'more cookie?
Yeah, I wouldn't mind a s'more cookie.
S'more cookies?
Since I'm
S'more
supposed to
cookie.
be eating better and
Too
not
much chocolate.
having terrible amounts of chocolate.
Well, you're welcome.
Well, it's just
Glad I could help,
it's fine.
Jesse.
No, thank you. I'm all full up on fajitas, man.
Oh, that's fair. I mean, the cookie and then I'll have fajitas.
Yeah.
Priorities.
Exactly.
I'll get one bite of cookie and then we'll start in, and then I'll wait till you guys are role playing, and then I'll eat the cookie. Send them to get you guys to take over.
Very good. Oh,
It is the morning of the 33rd. 33rd day of Avandra in the year 1347. You guys start to wake up. As you come to,
Exactly.
you find that my cards missing. There they are. They were just over. Golrak, Net, and Muck, not doing the best.
Not feeling too hot.
All of them are starting off the day with one level of exhaustion. The fireworks and explosions and flashes of light right outside the inn just made it difficult to sleep. It's really hard. I mean, any of us who've ever dealt with the 4th of July, I kind of understand when you're boom, there's like, oh, and it's like, oh, cool. And then when it's like kind of constant, it's one thing, but when it's like
Random.
randomly every 7 to 10 to 15 to 20 minutes, just complete sporadic random interval.
This is the first time this year that ever happened to me. It's me trying to fall asleep and somebody cracks some fireworks and just sitting there like barely on the edge of it, just fighting it for a while.
I never had an issue with it.
I fall right asleep.
I mean, most of the time I do too. It's just it was weird.
It gets worse as you get older.
Everything.
Yes.
Everything
Oh, yeah.
that is part of life just gets
everything
worse.
that's awful gets worse as you get older.
Ugh. As I lean over, my back hurts. I don't know why. Who knows why my back hurts, but leaning down and picking up a freaking mini, and my back's like, ah.
Anyways, not quite all waking up together because Quiz
Oh,
wasn't
no.
there. Before or after Quiz gets his 8 hours of sleep, before the sun comes up, before light cracks the horizon, he's swimming into shore, going across the shore onto the island.
Okay.
Making his way over to where the Eternals are camped out. I'm sure they're still packing up for being ready.
Kind of.
Yeah.
They're also kind of like, we leave on the 5th, we can start packing on the 4th, right?
Hey, whatever. But that's where he's heading over there.
Yeah, there's not a whole lot that they would need to pack up. I mean, they have a camp that's set up that's literally bits of broken ship. Easy enough to tell that it's not all the same ship. What it looks like is probably just bits of shipwreck and extra wood, driftwood and random stuff from whatever happens on the exterior here. In fact, when you get there, give me a perception.
23.
You're noticing there's a couple of really nice new kind of walls set up and just a nicer kind of stuff. You're like, it's very recent wood, and you kind of look at one of the edges of the wood where it looks like something just clean cut this ship. You're guessing that
They salvage pieces.
They salvaged pieces from the ship that was just to the north that
The
tried to go off. But yeah, you'll head that way early in the morning. Norn Ela, what are you guys gonna do? We'll grab to you, but you need 8 hours. He doesn't need even close his eyes, and she only needs 4.
Right.
Ela's going to, after a trance, I'm assuming they're having a hard time. She's gonna just at this point, I'd be able to enter one of the respites, right?
Good.
Just gonna want to go into and try and attune more to just for this day. See what it's like. Attune to the conch shell.
So the conch shell? That's where you were yesterday.
Yeah.
Okay.
It will. Oh yeah, that's right. I was.
You were in the conch shell
You're
yesterday,
right.
so technically
You're right.
you would be attuned
I've
to.
been into the shell. Then I'll do the bracelet because I want to have at least been into each one.
Yeah. You enter in immediately.
That's fucking awesome, dude.
He's just like, this is the best place for spells, right? Is this the best place for me to sit? You like that? Is that great? You enter in, and you're standing in a 5-foot by 5-foot square. Black stone below you on the sides, 5-foot tall walls. How tall are you? You're
Oh, she's like 5'9".
Yeah. So even here, you're kind of crouched down as it's just 5 foot tall. It's literally that, and then stairs that go up. As soon as the stairs cut up, you can tell the roof slants more, so it's not a 5 foot, but just this little entryway where when you enter in, you're almost forced to kind of like kneel down a little bit. There's a 10-foot stairwell, same black stone going up. No light in this area, but light filling the chamber ahead of you. You can see the flickering of flames, and you can see 2 red glowing eyes directly ahead of you. As you ascend the stairs, you see that there's 2 large walls that are just made of pure flame that you can't see through in this chamber that looks like it's about 20 feet long and about 10 foot wide. You've got little black pedestals laid out. No real furniture, but places where you could set stuff. And the 2 red glowing eyes are from a face that is set upon a throne. You've got this nice black throne with really nice decorative red kind of velvet chair seats that seem to almost, as the light from the fire flickers, it seems to ripple throughout the velvet and give it like a flaming essence. The only real chair in this place, and just this almost demonic, you recognize this as an Afridi face above it, and just these glowing red eyes that look like they're gemstones, but you just get this feeling like they're watching you at any point when you're in here. As soon as you enter in, you also hear this sitting on one of the little pedestals, just holding on to a piece of some sort of meat or organ, just kind of tearing pieces off and eating it. Sun just looks at you.
Son, it is quite a place you have here.
And she will cruise up the steps.
This is your place. But when you come in, I will accompany you.
Sure. That is good to know. You were here. How long were you here for?
Do you see how the fire burns with intensity?
Of course.
And it flickers on the walls, casting no shadows. How long have we been in here? Exactly?
I mean,
I have no idea how long I sat in this chamber waiting for someone who was capable understanding balance. You know the trick to balance, yes?
Well, keep everyone happy. You have rises, you have falls. Some have risen. It is time for others.
Yes. Also, though, you have a paladin, a brave warrior of a god, a true righteous being, this creature who goes out and does miraculous deeds in the name of his god, a good god, with a good servant doing good. There is no balance here. It's all just a shift. But you get someone like me, and I do a couple of favors. Some good things happen, some bad things happen. We have fun,
That is true.
and it is balance.
I have seen so much good on this trip. I have been squelched into tiny embers rather than a raging flame. A reckoning is coming, and we will have our fun. So I would be happy to continue to be the person to bring you this freedom, this fun.
Well,
It could get gruesome.
I am okay with this.
Alright.
I am more than okay with this. As long as it does not get boring. We have a contract. You must fulfill. I would hate for you to break the contract. And then maybe, if I break the contract, I come back here, and I stay here. Trapped again, until somebody else is willing to make a deal. But if you break the contract, I am free, and you come back here. Until someone is willing to make a deal.
Interesting. I will keep that in mind. I am very good at keeping my word.
You have kept it fun so far. I liked it. But do as you will. If you need anything, I will be here. And you see, it just kind of disappears.
She will just playing around in space, kind of manipulate a little bit of fire. See what she can do just in her own abilities. She's got her Ifrit book with her. Just kind of read for a couple hours.
Give me a perception check.
Perception. Perception check. I'm great at those. 11.
As you're manipulating fire, you do notice what almost seems to be a handle on the side of the chair.
Testing. Son.
Yes. You should. How dare you?
I'm working on it.
Is this something that
I know, same thing. I got it.
could be used?
It could be used by you. If you want to take an hour and think about it, there's an option for you. Why don't you look at it? It's interesting.
Sure. And she will. Just take some time.
You take the handle and you start to pull. As you start to pull, a clink, 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 clink. You've got a handle of braided leather with a little bit of a spiked pommel at the end. Seems like it's kind of knotted and the spikes held in there. The ends of the leather are braided into a about 3-foot chain of black iron that then turns into a black extension, and you basically have a really nice black whip that if you wanted to, you could attune and make your packed weapon.
I mean, that's what she's taking this hour for. Absolutely.
If you want to do
Next
that.
hour.
You also still have the
That's what we're
blend
doing.
kilt
Yeah.
on you, and you are currently attuned to the blade again.
Right.
But if you wanted, you could attempt to make any of these other things your
Each different one.
packed weapon. You can only have one packed weapon at a time.
Right.
So, from what you were told, the hilt, if you make from Moot, if you make that into your packed weapon, anytime you use an action to summon it, you can summon it as any weapon you are proficient with, including if you wanted, you could still do the double-bladed scimitar. It just would literally be made out of water. Still would do slashing or piercing or whatever damage, but it's basically just a magic weapon that you can turn into any weapon you're proficient with using it as your packed weapon.
It's cold damage, right? No, it's just whatever.
Just
slashing. Oh, okay.
slashing, piercing, bludgeoning,
Okay, cool.
whatever the weapon actually does.
Yes.
It's considered magical for overcoming damage reduction, but there's no bonus or anything to it at this point. There are some other things, but those are.
When I leveled, I took improved packed weapon, so it'll give it a +1.
You're right.
But she knows what moods will do relatively because he explained it. But she wants to attune to it.
Okay.
See what that is.
Yeah. As you attune to it, you feel more and more of a feeling of heat to it. And you notice that when you crack it, little sparks of flame come up. It's a whip. It does whip damage, but it also does whip damage as fire, because whip is 2d4, something like that. I'd have to remember.
Manage inventory.
Or is it 1d? I think it's either 1d4 or 2d4.
Yeah.
It's not a lot,
Yeah.
but you also do fire damage that much. Still not a whole lot either way, but
Right.
it is there. Give me whip damage then.
Whip is
We used
1d4.
it. Yeah, 1d4. So it's 1d4 whip and 1d4 fire. That's why I get 2d4 total. So it just does an extra d4 weapon damage as fire.
Cool.
Nothing too crazy. It's
Yeah.
just a weapon that's made to be a packed weapon.
Cool. Yeah.
There are more powerful versions, but this is just kind of here.
Well, part of my contract is to uncover one of these artifacts. I think.
That's not a contract thing.
No. Okay.
That's a separate side thing.
Gotcha. But yeah.
Well, so you spend some time doing that. Norin, just hanging out with your cat. What do you want to do the day? Are you going to stay and wait for everybody to wake up, or are you going to head out?
Or just kind of hang out, kind of keep an eye out.
Okay.
If you're getting shanked, I kind of, a little leery.
You're not exhausted, obviously, but you're
not
also
that shanked.
yeah.
Yeah,
No,
you're gonna
you're
heal
shanked
up,
pretty
but
good.
it's like,
Yeah.
definitely don't want that happening again.
You aren't.
To be avoided.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You aren't exhausted, but you're also a little bit unnerved because literally just constant fireworks, just and it's like just constantly. And then Mickey, every once in a while you hear, yeah, and then he just kind of goes back. So he kind of, yeah, and just not. It's one of those things where he's not sleeping well, so he's snoring and is just uneasy. But that's where you guys are. You get to the Eternals camp. What would you like to do?
He just wants to Not hiding or anything, meander around, listen to what everyone's talking about.
Give me a insight.
Uh, 14.
14. It's a couple people talking about plans with the ship and how they're going to go out. Looks like a lot of people are still resting at this point, but you have a clear watch of 8 people. And then you'll notice every once in a while, you also notice there's other people who are kind of involved in the watch, but they'll be kind of drifting in and out. And you're like, oh, there's also a few goats that are around. They'll kind of be inside of a building or kind of in the bushes, and they'll just drift kind of through the ground and come up in another set of bushes and just move around. But there's definitely 8 corporeal creatures walking around. A couple are talking about plans for when they get on the ship, how, now that they're contracted, they're starting to get back on a watch rotation and getting set. So, this is one of their first actual watches, and we're watching and we're cleaning up and we're preparing and getting little things here or there packed, nothing too crazy, but just really kind of getting a feel for being back to work.
That sounds like what they had for dinner last night.
Sure.
So thieves can't. What do they actually say?
There's a couple of them who are talking about that. That is what they're talking about, but there are a few of them. They're actually talking with. So there's one guy who doesn't seem to be talking. He seems to be just mostly doing hand gestures and kind of, thieves can't kind of carrying the conversation along. He's like, yeah, but tell me more, sort of thing. You're seeing a male human, a large scar that starts at one ear and goes right across his neck up to the other ear, just completely split open. Very thick scar, mostly healed, shut, but just this huge scar across his throat. Doesn't seem to be saying anything at all, though. You'll notice he kind of, there's points where he kind of laughs a little bit, but it's like a down and kind of keeping the conversation going. He seems to be trying to determine what the actual threat is, having seen members of the Armada engage with members of their new crew.
Quiz is going to go up and join this conversation.
He's currently talking, because this is fun. He's currently talking with a female human. She's got very distinctive clothes. She's got a couple scarves wrapped around her, and you can see these scarves are kind of wrapped up around her arms, and when she's kind of talking, they dangle off almost like tassels going down her arm and hanging off and tucked into parts of her outfit and places where it looks like there's a scarf that's tied around her loosely with other.
I said scars. Like,
no,
what
scarves.
the hell are you talking about?
Sorry, scarves.
Scarves. Okay, all right.
Scarves. Sorry.
I'm like, what sort of scar? What sort of scar dangles? Like, what? I gotta hear that.
Right. Okay. She also has a really nice necklace that seems to be made out of not very good, but pearls and little strings with baubles and different things all tied to her as well. Just a lot going on, and just kind of saying, yeah, but at least it won't be boring. It's kind of what she's getting at. When you walk up, she looks to you, and the gentleman looks at you. Both of them look. The guy nods at you.
I heard what you were talking about. The lady, I assure you, if you hang out with my crew and me, it won't be boring. But what was it you were talking about? What sort of members of the Armada were talking to what sort of members of his crew?
The elf, so dark, came to the lands. Oh, dagger in hands. I'll take 2 wild. I don't think we've had the pleasure to meet, so allow me to greet. They call me deranged. I'm glad we're no longer estranged.
Deranged. Your prose is quite interesting, and I'm not capable of accomplishing something quite like that. But you may call me Quiz.
How long, Quiz, can you hold your breath? Answer this, and I'll tell you the rest.
There is no situation in which I have to hold my breath.
I spent my last days living like you in a hole beneath the sea. And with all that, you get me. Give me an insight. Pretty low DC, just don't fail.
Okay, how about a 26?
With your
I don't think-
understanding
I
of
don't think-
thieves' cants, she's basically telling you, when you're getting the vibe that she's basically saying, like, I have difficulty with certain things because she died and she got locked in the hold of a sinking ship, and drowned, and spent a lot of time without oxygen in her brain. So, no, she's just a little bit off.
I too was captured and imprisoned on a slaver ship that wound up sinking. But the fates had it so where I could escape. But I'm still wondering, what was it you heard about? Individuals from this armada that surrounded this island talking about members of our group.
Well, I'm glad that you were luckier than I. Though, you should not be afraid to die. Captain with a hat so fancy came upon this land to see what he could see. He found your crew and he knew what to do. Daggers flew.
The fuck? Oh, shite.
The fun guy with a beard of arms. He was the
Nora?
one who
The
took the
fuck up
harms.
Nora?
Reasons I cannot say, but it's okay. The wounds went away. Yeah, I didn't make these guys easy for myself at all.
Oh, you're doing good.
You're rocking it, man.
You're killing it, yeah.
And I was like, "Who's on first watch?" And I'm like, "Oh, cool."
Fuck.
You're like, "I want to do Thieves' Cant." I'm like, "Okay, who'd be talking Thieves' Cant?" "Oh, just these ones."
So.
There's a reason why these are the people who work the 10 o'clock to 6 o'clock shift.
Right.
If you wanted to come in early.
Hell yeah. So, this person with the fancy schmancy hat you're talking about be Jarlaxle, maybe?
That is what they say.
We can assume so. Jarlaxle be attacking one of our crew members, Mr. Norman.
That is what they say.
And who is they exactly?
Everybody involved. Our question is solved.
I appreciate your talking to me.
Okay. Looks at you. Points to black on his shirt. Eyes. Black eyes. Points off to a guy standing by a tree.
Quiz makes off over there. Walks up and introduces himself. Good sir, my name is Quiz. I was wondering if you might be able to answer some questions for me.
Male turns around. Nice black vest with like a red velvet undershirt. A little white kind of neckerchief Afghan type thing. Looks pretty good, tucked into it. Stained kind of more yellow than anything now. He's got just pitch black eyes. Very like good looking human considered. Very kind of feral, chiseled looks to him. Kind of looks like images that you've seen of like vampires, but you're kind of looking around and like he's directly in the sun, and when he kind of smiles at you, you see no fangs or anything like that. Bits of rotten away skin on the hands. The parts where the skin rots away underneath looks like the meat is just black. So definitely not a vampire, but kind of vibing into that a little bit. Just, I am Black Eyes.
Just good to make your acquaintance.
Absolutely. You need something, Quiz?
I was told that the commander of the Armata that has currently surrounded this island, Jarlaxle, managed to make his presence known to some of the crew of our ship. I was wondering if you know more details about that.
Apparently he asked some questions. Same questions he asked out above the cove. But he asked a few questions of the new crew members. They spoke mostly quietly. We couldn't hear everything they were saying, but they were back and forth talking about finding this key he wants. And then he just disappeared. They seemed to shrug him off, and then a magic dagger was thrown at Norm. We patched him up, sent him along their way, but it was a good wound. Severed the tendons, connected his arm, almost left his whole arm almost incapable of really doing whatever it is that he does with that. But well placed, skilled shot.
I appreciate it for this information.
No, it's exciting. I will love to see what he does to you livings. But, you know, earn your place, and we're all crew now.
Chris leans up to him.
Stay tuned, it's about to get interesting.
That's what I like to hear. Is there anything I can do for you as a humble servant?
You're a crew member. You're no humble servant of mine.
Oh, I'm not a servant of yours, but I am a humble servant.
Of your captain?
Yes.
I'd like an audience with your captain. I'm sure he's a busy man.
He's resting now.
I understand.
We don't really sleep, though.
Once
We can get him if you wish.
it is... If it can be quick, I am on a tight time schedule.
There's no reason I can't go get him.
I would appreciate that.
Are there any blessings or anything I can bestow upon you?
I'll take any blessing you can give me.
Wonderful. He'll kind of pull something out of his pocket and he sits there and he mumbles in some... Doesn't necessarily come off as it's actually a language, but maybe some sort of incantation around you.
It's still black eyes, right?
This is Black Eyes there. And he does something, he flicks a couple of drops of something on you, and you realize he actually has a vial that seems to have blood. Just a couple things. Flicks some blood on you. Yes. The captain is in the third tent to the side over there.
Thank you very much. Quid's head's right over there.
Il Capitano.
Mm-hmm.
You come in and the captain, he's sitting there and he's got his eyes closed, but he's just sitting in a chair.
Captain said I'm sure you don't really need to sleep. I'm sure that you're aware that I'm here.
I had an idea, yes.
I reckon you did. I just wanted to let you know that a little test I put out there made me believe that you're a man worthy of respect. That is that you don't trust anybody who doesn't take their fair cut. I'll take my fair cut. I just wanted to see how others would react to that.
Good.
I appreciate your candor in that situation. That just because you're hired by us doesn't mean that you can't be upset by things that we do. And if you are, I'd appreciate it if you would let us know.
I promise you. Quiz, is it?
Yes.
I will let you know if I'm ever upset.
Appreciate that. And I promise you, I'll always keep things interesting for you.
Well, that's what we like to hear. I heard you hobnobbing and rubbing elbows with the boys. I hope you like the people you decided to move on with.
Actually, I couldn't be happier.
Well, you are an interesting fellow.
We were looking at, when we were looking to hire people, we were looking at sabotage.
Oh, good.
And we were thinking strongly about hiring them after we talked to you guys. But then Sabotage got hired by the Black Betty. And I've come to realize how fortunate that was. For I do believe that you and your crew are much better suited to what we're going to need and how we work together.
I'd say it breaks my heart that we're the runners-up, but I promise you, we kind of stopped working long ago.
Gross.
It's harder to break these days.
I suspect it.
I like that you want your cut of the treasure. My problem is the people who don't want a cut of the treasure usually want something else, or they're usually loyal to something else.
What I was looking for was information about the disposition of the people we're hiring. And since you are the captain of the Eternals, your reaction made me realize that the Eternals are definitely the best choice for us.
Yeah, we should try to do well.
And we'll keep you entertained.
I don't know if we'll do well, but we'll keep you entertained.
Well, I don't know about well. Entertainment of the young, I tell you.
We'll keep your ship in the air. We'll make it fun for ourselves as well. I heard you were putting in a little meat locker for us.
Here we are.
I like it. Any desires on that, or can we kind of set it up as we wish?
I'd say after tonight you can set it up as you wish.
Wonderful. We're thinking of taking some of the broken down pieces of ship, figuring them down pretty small. What'd you get us? Did you get us a 5x door or a 10x door?
I believe it was a 5x door.
That's what I thought they were saying. It's fine. We're just gonna break down some of this stuff and then reassemble pieces of ship. We got fill up that height a little bit too.
I mean, it is 30-foot cube.
Well, we thought we'd kind of take the pieces of shipwreck we could and build sort of a couple of rooms, a couple of small towers sort of things. So everybody has some space to be alone when you need.
It is necessary.
It's close.
We don't necessarily need to sleep, but it is nice to just get a couple hours quiet, away from
Others
others.
to yourselves.
Get your brain going right.
I understand. I thank you for your audience. Please forgive me for interrupting your...
Oh no, I'm fine. My watch starts in about an hour anyways. Is there anything else you're inquiring about? Any other interests you might have?
Oh, I have plenty of other interests, but I don't suspect you'll be having any answers to those.
Be surprised. Been around for...
Tell me about the Simnic scientists and their trinket that Jarlaxle managed to acquire. Was it stolen or did they
That's
find
the
it?
is it engineers?
Is it engineers? That's what I meant. Yeah.
Oh yes. Visit engineers. Found an item. Created an item using a cannon, some very powerful crystals, some very powerful magics. Made a cannon capable of basically disintegration.
It looks like it could vaporize anything in its range.
There's powerful magics out there, much further down the road, but I've encountered it before. It's actually, sadly, each other sets a bottle in front of you, and this is the bottle of black sand. Our first mate experienced disintegrate. Haven't quite figured out how to repair that one yet. Got most of them there though.
Yeah.
That's good, I guess.
So a cannon capable of doing
Oh, it's
what
all
that
important
spell
stuff.
does, but on a higher level. It's pretty fucking terrifying.
I know.
Luckily, most of the damage is just to the ship.
The
I-
freaking ship right there.
I actually find it quite exhilarating.
It is. That's exciting. And we're gonna get him back.
You hang with us, it'll happen. I don't make too many promises, but I promise you that.
Well, thank you. Would like my first mate back. Kept my life a lot easier. You know, first mate really runs the ship. That's why I was okay coming aboard your ship as the first mate.
Means more work for you.
It's interesting,
But
though.
I do appreciate it that you're...
You know, word travels around the island.
What word you been here?
They're looking for your weakness.
I'm sure they are.
Not your weakness.
Oh no. I'm sure they are.
Crew's weakness. Sabotage has been spreading word, making your captain look nice and weak. Jarlaxle's honing in on him a little bit.
That's okay. I'm planning on solving that problem.
Word is you got 2 days to do it.
That's correct. I call that a test. You gotta test yourself every day.
Also, word was people were asking about the Forbiddens. There's certain things you don't go around this island asking for. Somebody tried to find it. Just an option, but it's not something that they have here. So it gives us a feel that there might be something dangerous happening. Somebody's looking for some leather armor
The Forbiddens.
that helps you
Who are you
protect
talking
your
about?
mind.
It's none of the crews that were up for hire.
No, forbidden items.
Oh.
There's a couple things that you can't have on this island. One of them is armor that they're asking for. Another one's a potion that if they catch you with, toss in the brig. A lot of people haven't seen those people ever again. But potions of psychic resistance, armors of psychic resistance, things like that that help people to cheat the island a little bit.
Resist the words of the island, right? I'm sure they are. My plan is to circumvent that and eliminate those problems before they even start.
Well, if you need any help, we've got some good friends around here. They can offer some stuff.
I appreciate that. The biggest help that I believe that you and our crew could have is to keep anything that we do very quiet.
Oh, of course.
Because the secret keepers I've discovered aren't really secret keepers. They're just traders of information. Because, you know, 3 people can keep a secret as long as 2 of them are dead.
This is true. We've got some good secret keepers. You were talking to one of our best ones.
Would that be deranged?
No, deranged lives now and then. No tongue, though. He was being tortured. I managed to get a hold of a knife. Arms strapped down, legs strapped down. Just a few moments. Just that split second. You got one choice. What are you going to do? He knew he was on the verge of letting go some of our secrets. He took that blade across, pulled out his own tongue, took it out.
Yeah. That's hardcore.
That's the type of loyalty I like on my crew.
There's some dedication there.
That's dedication for sure.
I was gonna say, it's like, I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do that. I'd probably do something, but I don't know if I'd do that. That's
I'm on a limited time schedule, as you said, 2 days. I've got lots more things I need to do. Thank you for your audience.
Talk to the coward on your way out. Tell him to hook you up a little bit. Just take a moment.
Thank you, Captain.
Thank you. He just kind of takes his jar, sets it back.
Jarvis,
back in.
first mate, have a seat.
His first mate is jar dust.
Yeah.
Well, they don't have a first name technically. We knew that when they got it.
Well, they
There's
do.
reasons.
They do, but
Yeah, it's
who's
It's not very
talking about
efficient.
coward?
Can I ask anybody?
Box out. Who's anybody staying there?
Probably closest would be Black Eyes at this point.
Okay. Cause I walk over to him, ask him, so who is it with the captain of your crew calls the coward?
Oh, we all call him Coward. It's lovingly. Don't take it to heart. Coward, come on over here.
That's his name on the crew list.
And you see this ghost just kind of comes up.
What can I do for you? The captain said you should hook me up.
You see this see this male human
It's like, wait,
has a
what?
green glow.
Oh, fucking shit, I gotta do it. I can't be bullshit around.
He has he's pretty small for a human, glowing green, boils and torn skin all over, just incorporeal, but just looks horrific.
Slimer.
Because
That too.
I will take care of you. And he starts to cast something. Initially, he will cast on you 8. So you get 5 maximum hit point bonus. So
Temporary?
not temporary, but your maximum hit points are increased by 5 for the next 8 hours.
Okay.
Be careful, because that's how some people died before. It was much higher level
possible.
1.
Right. Don't trust too much in that. Got it. Okay.
Remember,
people who are like in that threshold.
When you've got
and then once he goes
45
away,
extra fucking hit points, and,
and then you
you
like
just
skate away, and you're like, all right, let's just bail. Let's all just turn into, what was it? You did the wind walk, so you all turned into clouds and were flying away, and then the spell roll off. 3 people just died, and you're like, shit, it takes a minute to turn back. It's like, that saving throws. He died. And then he will also, he goes, that will last you 8 hours. This one
I need to see it tomorrow morning if you could do that again.
I can do it. We can get you every 8 hours.
I'll be back
Just
tomorrow
gotta
morning.
come back. This other one just lasts about a minute, but if you need it, we can help you. And then he'll cast Bless on you as well. And you can head out. And Bless is just going to be for a minute.
Right.
If you do any attack rolls or saving throws before the end, you can add a d4. Nothing too crazy, but that's what he has available right now, other than healing type stuff.
Did you say I didn't? What was the? When dude flicked the blood on you? What was that? Was that just him?
That was just
Just this thing?
one of the guys I have.
He
Didn't
was just doing a
actually-
thing.
He's just like, alright.
It's a decent question. It's like,
You're like,
it seems like it could be important. You're like,
That
okay,
was
not
just,
important.
you know,
Important.
one of the guys who's referred to as an eternal pirate curse spreader. Just, you know,
Okay.
they're more warlocks than anything else. Offering your blessings. They're debuffers, not buffers. The shadow priest, as you saw here, the ghostly, like shadowy priest types can offer some blessings. But for a minute you have got bless, and for 8 hours you've got 5 extra hit points. Not a whole lot, but a little bit.
What?
Not a whole lot, but a little bit.
Yep. Hey, fine for me. Quiz is now going to head over to Mr. Ward's shop.
Absolutely. Put away my pirate crew. Entire crew. Each one as interesting as the last.
Oh yeah.
And you'll head to the ward shop. About this time, you guys will probably be getting up. You really didn't sleep well, so you're kind of at that point. You're like, okay, if you want, you can just try to sleep for part of the day, or you can get out to it and figure out what you guys are doing.
Well, would it be any kind of beneficial for me to try and rest right now, or just wait until the end of the day?
You can try and rest right now. You'd be out for the first 6 hours of the day.
Let's go for it then.
You can try to do that. Yeah, you can try. Give me a Constitution saving throw. See if you can rest for the first part of the day. Get some sleeps in.
But that's disadvantage though, right?
Not yet.
Level 1 is a disadvantage. Oh no, because it's a save, not a check. That's right.
Yep. Disadvantage skill checks or ability checks, not saving throws.
Save.
You know, Net and Muck will try to stick back with you as well. Net is not sleeping, and Muck is sleeping even worse. So they're
Go back. Apparently not sleeping.
doesn't seem like you're gonna be able to fall
Does a 9 get me there?
No.
Do you have your inspiration?
No. It comes back on the 41st.
Yeah, Golrak gets back on the 41st. Quiz, it is the 33rd, so you do
No.
get your inspiration back.
My first fail was a
better.
1, and then I rolled a 2. Come on.
Rolling with me, dude.
You're used to just being able to sleep soundly.
Come on. Right. Yeah.
Recently.
Recently.
You should.
So Muck and Net seem like they're not being able to fall asleep either. So yeah, you can you kind of try to, and you're like, I'm not going to be able to sleep now. So if you want to go out and do stuff, you can. Still do it throughout the day, and then try to sleep later at night. But it seems to cut down a little bit, but you're still seeing fireworks at about the hour. You'd kind of be coming out of your chest about this time as well.
She would have attuned to the Hat of Disguise as well.
Choosing the Hat of Disguise.
Since she's taking the max time in there, just chilling.
That's fine. Yeah.
So,
What is your max time right now? Oh, it's up there.
currently,
I know it goes up as
twice the hour, or twice my proficiency bonus. So 6 hours I can be in there now.
Are you going to stay in there for 6 hours?
I guess I'm in there for 6 hours then,
Okay.
because I would want to spend the maximum
Okay.
amount of time. You guys would wake up and notice
Yeah.
there's just a fucking the bracelet, just like kind of chilling, little locket
It's just
where
the
Ela
locket.
hangs out.
There's the
Oh, yeah.
the bracelet stays on
Just
you.
on me. Okay, cool.
It's just
So
the
the
locket
locket.
that seems to be like in the middle of it. It just like literally you just kind of inside of it. You guys just see this little locket, but there's just a little bit of like black ash around it.
But yeah, so she's gonna attune to the hat. She's definitely just reading her book, and I would also like to rest cast before coming out if I could be able to.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, rest casting is the thing. I don't mind. What are you gonna do?
Just for the effect of it, when she comes out, she's gonna have Fire Shield and Armor of Agathis on her.
Cool. Get it? Cold or fire? Fire shield.
Fire.
Fire shield. And armor right?
Fire. But it only, so Fire Shield only lasts 10 minutes. I don't have to concentrate on either of them.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, Fire Shield will last 10 minutes, Armor of Agathis will last an hour.
Cool.
So
Yeah. Easy enough. You can come out looking all intimidating and such.
she'll kind of try and rest cast Armor of Agathis from that point forward if possible.
Mm-hmm.
Circumstances.
Yeah, no, absolutely. If you got the spells, might as well do it.
Yeah, Fire Shield will last 10 minutes.
Just trying to get my chat actually open because it just randomly minimized. So, you break off and you head towards Ward's shop. What do you guys want to do on this day?
Oh, I guess I'm just gonna bumble around and try and spend some time and do something with my day to keep myself occupied, knowing that whatever's going down in 2 days. Yeah, I guess I'll just go and try and see if I can't get some easy work.
Okay. Yeah, absolutely. Give me an investigation.
Of course, investigation.
10. 10? That's enough, yeah. Some of the people are kind of not as willing to work right now. A lot of the work seems to have been cut off. People are just kind of keeping their crews on their ship, staying inside of the island, minimizing what it is that they're doing. There is one ship on the docks that is looking for a little bit of work. So you can put some time in on working. If you want to give me a carpentry.
18.
So 18?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Not a whole lot. Give me a D6. Let's see how well you do the repairs.
Solid 1.
1.
Good job. Good job, Lorek. He's real tired.
You'd be able to get
He's real
40
tired.
silver. Not a whole lot, but
Cool.
it's something. It's just falling apart.
Yeah, man, you're role playing.
Yeah.
You're role playing the crew.
really well. My face is just falling apart.
Say
We're getting
40
into
silvers.
sunburned character there.
Yeah.
You said 40 silvers?
40 silvers.
40 silvers. Stacking them up. Yeah,
And they're just trying to make sure that their ship is ready. They're like, as soon as people are allowed to go, a lot of the vibes are like,
Run away.
if the Armata doesn't just disappear, it might be one of those things where people are like, okay, well, if shit starts coming down, they try to start sinking every ship. They all want to be ready to go. All of the people are getting set up. Crews are being taken off shore leave, and they're just trying to make sure everybody's ready to go if shit hits the fan here in 2 days. It's kind of the vibe you're getting.
Yeah.
What would you doing?
Everybody's kind of just off doing their own thing, I guess. Well, probably just make my way over to the camp and
Eternals camp?
yeah.
Yeah, you can head over to the Eternals camp. What do you want to do at the Eternals camp?
See if they need help with anything, I guess. I mean, not that I would really know, but
For the most part, when you get there, they kind of have their watches set up. Right around the time you get there, Quiz will be kind of, there's this ghost, and he seems to be casting some spells on Quiz, and they're kind of going off, and looks like maybe one watches. There's a couple more people that are starting to like pop their heads out and get active, like change of watch. You've seen a couple times before.
just kind of ask around, see if there's.
They'll be like, you can
If
help
Norn
us.
sees Quiz, does Quiz see Norn?
Yeah, you'd see him kind of come up.
Norn, I've heard some interesting stories of a meeting you had yesterday.
Yeah. Yeah.
It would help me out immensely if you could tell me quickly just everything that happened during that day.
Aside from getting stabbed.
I heard about that.
Yeah. That was a joy. Aside from that, he,
Doing my part to return the favor for you.
and that would be much appreciated. I would just regale you with what happened and give you the Reader's Digest version that,
Right.
you know, he's
That is
Jarlaxle's looking for that key
quite
and
amazing.
seems to be pretty sure you have it.
Not only is it amazing, it's a bit terrifying. Someone like that
Mm.
is a commodore of an armada of pirates. Do not assume that just because he's charismatic, that he's not deadly dangerous.
Oh no,
And you of all people should realize that.
oh yeah,
Understand
oh
this.
yeah, oh yeah.
But the only way that he could survive as a commodore, an outfit like that, is to be incredibly ruthless. So take everything that he said as the God's honest truth.
Oh no,
And if Mickey thinks that he even stands a hint of a chance, he's confused. And the only thing that's going to happen is his screams are going to echo across this island for hours. That is why it is my test to make sure that I fix this situation before that happens. And I need to know that all of you are still with me.
they are.
I have to know this. It has to be 100% certain because I have never. No, don't true. Everybody that I've ever called friend when you first met me, I was asked if I had any friends. My answer was no. Anybody I've ever called friend has been killed in an attempt to get to me. My adversaries are ruthless. My adversaries are persistent, and there are many. And I hope that there's never been anything that I've ever said that would lead you or anybody else in this crew to believe that I am a liar.
Not at all.
When I first met you, I gave you all the chance to leave me on the frickin' board.
But we didn't.
And last night I slept beyond the protections of this island. I got my sleep because of the noise on this island. Because I couldn't go where I needed to go to get that sleep for fear of being trapped. Did all of you get your rest last night?
I know I did. But
Did
then
everybody?
again, I don't sleep, so.
Did everybody?
No.
Then they have failed the test. Everybody knows that I put an extra space on that ship. All you do is go inside and close the door. There's no lights and there's no noise from outside. You get a night's sleep. Maybe I'll let them know that tonight it is their room. After that, it belongs to the Eternals.
do as you move around, please watch yourself. Dralaxel came from nowhere.
After speaking with you, I'm going to disappear like a fart in the wind. Tonight, I will show back up at our room. If I'm still alive. But Dralaxel strikes me as at least a rogue. A very high level. For the way that he got the dagger into you, the way he injured you.
I never saw it coming.
He is of terrifying skill. I respect that. But he has also put a bullseye on himself, which I am planning on hitting.
Hopefully we will be there with you.
I would like it if you were. Again, I'm going to discuss this with everyone this evening. Back at the hotel room. Please make sure everyone's there. If you would. I appreciate it. Thank you. And quickly off to the woods.
You're going to disappear?
Oh, yeah.
Das as well. You gonna stealth off?
Yeah.
Do you do anything else?
Stealth, move silently, and heading for wards.
Cool. If you want, you can give me a stealth check. He casts guidance on you, so you get a D4 to that roll. As well.
Stealth. And, blast, but I'm sure the minute is up.
Bless doesn't affect stealth, unfortunately. Bless is just attacks and saving
attacks
throws.
and saving throws. Okay, you're right.
But
Yeah, it's okay. Then, it's a 19 plus a 17, so
36.
shit.
Fucking gone.
Yeah.
Like a fart in the wind.
Just like he said.
well, you also have advantage
bit
on
gust.
stealth.
Oh, it's true.
And it wasn't even his fault.
Could roll
Right.
15.
Go.
Nope.
Dash. So, just go.
Fuck you, Chris. Get the fuck off my island.
So you're gonna go back over the wards. They're getting ready to switch watch. A couple people are getting up, getting active. A couple people are ending their watch, and they are going over all to one tent. There's a tent that looks very, very, very old. The tent is blackened, and you can tell that it's just been covered with water and molded and grossed and then cleaned and scraped clean, but just old. It's like a tent that was basically kept, looks like it's been kept underwater for a couple decades, but kept relatively good. But it's like leathers and stuff like that. Just this black tent. A lot of the people who are ending their watch are heading over that way and laughing, kind of joking. Head over that way? Yep. Yeah, they're kind of heading over there. Well, inside you see a male human, bald, kind of bloated again, just like black lines all over his stuff where you can see his veins just kind of black underneath his pale skin. And he's going through and he's just pouring bottles, something into cups, handing it out to people going through, and just, well, hello, no crewman. My name is Benjamin. Can I get you something?
Just a small drink. But do you have anything that's not gonna... I've been told how you guys drink.
You need a drink for a breather.
Yeah.
Absolutely. You can always try my poison if you
That's what I
want
was
it,
gonna say.
but
Are we talking to the cook?
it's
When he says
early
pick
in the
his poison, he
day.
really means pick my poison.
If we're talking, the cook's name is literally poison.
It's early in the day. That would probably have you on your ass for most of it. And he'll go over and he'll pull out a bottle and
Like maybe it's a little early in life to be.
Here's a breather
that
drink
stuff.
for you. The infomercial lady, one shot.
Yeah.
So, hey man, that's
You're like, you just put in 8 ounces of vodka. It
Yeah.
said one shot.
Oh, that was the mixer. There we go.
He just hands you a wooden tankard with about an 8-ounce drink in it.
Thank you.
Pure whiskey.
Okay. Builds up your tolerance.
Gonna need it, man.
This reminds me of the Futurama episode.
A bender.
The bone vampires.
Oh, it's been so long I don't remember that one.
Want a large aquarium of whiskey or a small aquarium of whiskey?
Oh, yeah.
Because that's the only measure that they drink the whiskey out of. Is an aquarium.
In here you've got Deranged, who's the female all covered in scarves and jewelry. You've got a human female that's really beautiful, Doris Given. And she's actually sitting in the corner drinking, and she has a rock just sitting in front of her, and she's just painting on it. Kind of sits there and she's painting, and she just kind of drifts. She stares off in the distance for a while and starts painting again. And you're like looking at her, you're like, she's definitely not painting whatever's out the door up here, but it looks like she is because she'll be painting and she's just
Looking at a thing.
Yeah.
and starts painting and you're
Painting
like,
something completely different.
the painting is completely different than what but she just every once in a while just kind of stares off there. You've got a human male who's drinking, and again the big scar across his neck. You've got a human male, bald, long beard, rough, bruised skin, who's helping with getting a few things prepared, and with looks like they're trying to maybe rush along and finish some cooking stuff so they can break down whatever they're brewing. Trying to cork off and get whatever stills they have going ready to be moved. You've got
That's okay. I don't do the whole thing.
so there's quite a few people in here just kind of chilling.
Yeah. I'm just
There's only
kinda
in there, but yeah.
hanging out, just kind of listening to the conversation, you know.
Yeah.
Again, not really, haven't done much around, you know, obviously these people, but, you know, just in general, trying to get a feel for.
They seem pretty like joyous. They're having fun. One of the guys keeps talking about how they should be able to supplement the crew, and he's like, yeah, once we get these breathers in the ground and back, we'll have a pretty solid crew. Joking around, and you kind of like look at him, and he's like, it's gonna be your doing. We'll help keep you out of the ground, but you're gonna end up there. Like, I saw you stagger into camp yesterday. You were close.
And I was. I'd probably just spend the day just,
Recovering from the whiskey
yeah,
and dealing with them.
yeah, I just kind of, you know, and at some point I'd probably start meandering around trying to find everybody to just let them know,
Yeah.
you know, about what Quiz said, and they can actually go and actually sleep.
Okay.
Mr. Deuce over here.
Eat it.
6 hours. Where, when you get to Ward's shop, what would you like to do in Ward's shop?
You plan to look around, make sure there's notice who all is there.
There's some people. The crowd seems to be maybe a little bit diminished.
But word is there.
Ward's there, yeah.
Goes a walk up to Wood. Good day, sir.
What they do?
I'd like to thank you because of our last meeting when I was Garnet. I appreciate what you said about me.
Of course.
I was wondering if you would happen to know anybody who might be selling a gem of true sight.
Gem of True Sight. Do we have it here? Because that's what he would know. You are in the Trickwood Tradery. Fortunately, we don't have one here. I don't know of one for sure, but you could possibly go to the North Side Trades. They might have something.
I appreciate that. I came here first to ask you,
I want to thank you.
to give you the business, and to let you know. Yeah, Charles Axel, he made his little announcement. He was talking every bit about me,
Could assume.
and I want you to know,
Given the amount of
yeah, I'm doing everything that I can to fix this situation before it gets any worse.
Probably not a bad idea. I know a lot of people, are getting very tired. Attitudes are raising, frustrations. Even the nice retired people, we used to be pirates for the most part. The ones who
Nice
weren't were
retired pirates.
sailors. Generally, sailors aren't the
That's
best.
the island to retire to, though, if you're a pirate. You got assholes looking for you.
Mm-hmm.
I
The
understand.
DrakenGuard came here and set it up.
Tonight's gonna be a rough night too. But tomorrow morning, I'm looking at fixing this.
Yeah, well, I hear that we have until the day of changes, the 37th.
That's 2 days away.
No, 2 days is when he's going to kill one of your crew
Right,
members.
right.
Yeah, he doesn't know anything about it. He's
Okay.
like, no, that's still 2 days from now. It's the 35th. The 37th is the day that Joe
He's gonna start killing my crew members 2 days from now.
Oh,
And
Well,
he's
that
going to
sounds-
do it out there on the beach. And I'm sure that the screams will be amplified and echoed throughout this entire island. I
Wow.
expect to be for hours. So before that happens, I plan on fixing it.
Now, this individual, Jarl Axel, is tough enough to be the captain of our pirate armada, commodore of all these ships. You know he's a man of his word.
yeah.
I take everything that he said as utterly true.
Oh, yeah.
I do not underestimate him at all. In
Um,
fact, I hope I'm overestimating him.
My mother attempted to just take a little vacation for a couple of days last night. Not sure exactly how, but she wasn't able to plane shift. The spell just failed. We've been noticing some dwarmers coming from the ships around us. Something's making... Seems like they're tying into our aura and they're adding stuff to the spell of this island and the wards of this island. Not me, but the guards of this island. Not the Blackguard.
I managed to journey past the words and protections of this island last night. Is where I got my night's rest. While Jarl Axel doesn't seem to be able to find me because he's looking for this trinket. He can't find this trinket, but somehow or another, through breaking through those words, it affected them, and a red shimmer went out. I was wondering if you might know anything about that.
I don't necessarily know. I know we have set up certain alarms and things like that on certain areas of our premises. People can sneak in and out, the alarm still goes off. Don't necessarily know exactly where or where they went, but I know that's a kind of easy magic that we can do that does that, but what I'm hearing from you seems like it's some sort of...
It's over an
Bigger.
immense area, over the whole perimeter of the island.
The way my Mom was describing it. From what they're telling in the weave, they don't know exactly what's causing it, but it looks like they're doing something to tie into the aura of magic here and just kind of piggyback other spells throughout it. That's why apparently planar travel and people have been able to dimension door around the island, but somebody tried to dimension door onto a ship that's just outside of the ward, and they couldn't. Looks like you can't use any sort of trans-dimensional or planar travel or any teleportation outside of this thing. So,
But the cloak of the mountebank worked.
you can teleport inside.
Oh, inside the zone.
You can move around throughout the inside, but you can't teleport out of this place. Your eyes was moving around too.
I appreciate the information, Mr. Ward.
Of course. There's some sort of something going on. A few things, but
And if this your last meeting, not that I appreciate everything you've done for me. Seisenberg Gold. It's small,
hey,
but my funds are
it means a
dwindling.
lot.
Yeah. Yeah. But my funds are dwindling. And I've got some big tasks ahead of me.
Well, good luck.
Thank you. What is it that you have? What is that sitting back there?
And of course, this is like the shop that's literally, it's a desk and there's nothing but like just a shelf behind him with like locked drawers. I'm like, what do you mean?
This.
Of course. At the end of your 6-hour rest.
Yes. Hila, of course, is seemingly just making muck in the net, but she comes out of the locket as it raises into the air and forms around her wrist. Are you there?
No, I don't think so. I'd still be.
You'd be out repaired.
Big old fucking flame shield, Super Saiyan style, just sort of whirring around the outside of her, giving off light, and just these like faint wisps of ice crystals kind of attached to her body, and steam kind of rolling off her body. You, those of you who cannot rest well, I assume, there are other ways of attempting to sleep, such as you could drink yourself into unconsciousness. You could have someone trustworthy take watch over you as you plug. It is tough to sleep while Zephin.
Muck will pull out like a chunk of mold that like was literally crushed into his ear. He's like, doesn't help a whole lot.
It could if
The explosions are big. These are like not like the normal like fireworks you'd have, but they're like very high end like cannon fire.
Yeah.
Well, there's cannon shooting, but also
Yeah.
they're literally using the cannons to shoot fireworks at like like just barely above the buildings. So the fact that the buildings aren't catching on fire is like lucky. But there's
super lucky.
like
That's fine.
the fireworks that they shut off at the park are basically
Earplugs don't deafen people, but they absolutely help.
they help, yeah.
And if you do that and you accompany me, get close, I know you don't like that, I could play something loud, percussive, but soothing that could mask this little bit of liquid assistance, earplugs, ambience, you sleep well. I could try this for you. I'm willing. You need your strength in the coming days. And I have
nothing better to do but wait. We could try.
I know that they've already
Already
attempted.
yeah.
I was trying to give them advantage, but obviously I spent the maximum time. So.
Yeah. They're kind of. We're going to see what we can do on the island. If we get out.
Fair enough. Don't get yourselves killed. I will read, I guess. If you need me, send a message, which would have recharged today for 2 charges. Excellent.
Cool. Thanks for getting 2.
At least I'm getting the minimum every time I fucking roll it.
That's helpful.
Absolutely. Hey, 2 castings a message are better than none.
So yeah, though I mean, Mickey managed to sleep, so he's gonna kind of still stay here and keep watch on it. Net and Muck will try to rest a little bit because they are exhausted. So they'll do their thing.
Make them food. Prestidigitate it so it tastes good. And then just reading. She will take a moment to say,
Mickey, I am still problem solving, but if you rise to be the legendary champion to fight Jalaxo, I have something, a bit of a transformation for you.
Like I said, if it comes down to it and we don't have something else figured out by the 35th, somebody's got to fight him. I mean, I'm the knight. Isn't that kind of the knight's job to go out and do the fights when someone has to do it?
But as your lady, the person who will not fail you ever, Mickey, I promise you that. I will help you. You are not alone.
Oh, I don't feel like I'm alone. But, I got this armor, so that's good. Haven't swam with it yet, still. I don't want to swim with it. I know I can. But it's weird because, I know that it'll move better in the water, but it doesn't move any different on land, so, I know the difference of having, my cloth armor on versus having this on, and my mobility is restricted, so just jumping in the water is kind of a scary thought. I was thinking to find a good beach that slopes off, but none of these beaches slope very easily. They're pretty steep.
I could go with you if you would like to practice. I have the same kinds of armor, not heavy, but I am a great swimmer.
Yeah, no, I mean I could try it out. It's a lot. It's not a priority. Let's stay here. Let's let the guys rest. When I need to swim, I can swim. When I don't, I don't. I don't.
That is fair.
Yeah.
And she will pull out her books and just jump right in. Well, except just out of curiosity, mostly, she will pull out her poisoner's book and just flip to the wyvern poison section and just see what she can learn about wyvern poison.
Yeah, absolutely. Gorak, you finish your time on the ship.
Then I'll just start stumbling my way back. What part of the day are we, full on evening? Is everybody turning in?
That's afternoon. They, you put in, because you got there early enough and put in a good 6 hours. But it's maybe 1 o'clock, give or take. So I'm starting to crest over.
Well, then I will start to make my way back and then find a place for some libations or something like that because I'm a tired boy.
Yeah. You've got the Driftwood Tradery, which does have a bar in it. You could also go to the Lawmaker's Inn, which does have, which is where your crew's staying, and they do have an inn, or it's an inn, but it's also a tavern on the front end.
Then I'll just make my way back there.
Okay. Yeah. Have some drinks. Of course.
Try and shake this all off.
After you disappear from Ward's shop, what do you have?
Going to the North Shore stops.
Yeah.
Going to look like somebody anonymous. Just not really, not looking like a pirate or anything, but just I don't know, an adventurer, human adventurer.
Okay. Yeah.
It's nondescript, average everything.
So average.
So average, but not too average.
Of course.
To the North Shore Tradery.
Give me a perception and an insight.
Perception. That's a 27. Insight. It's not so good. 9.
9. Insight. Of course, you're starting to tell people are already showing signs of little bits of exhaustion. There's people who are tired, people who are on edge. Whereas like the fireworks yesterday, people are kind of like, oh, that's cool. Oh, that was a good one. Like start a little bit. Now people like they're going off and people are like wincing and you're seeing like nervous twitches going off and people are seeming to break a little bit from this. You're also noticing that some of the flyers are around, but with your perception, you'll notice that a lot of the flyers that are stuck to the things that just kind of say like, this is the crew of Betty White, have just a little red line painted right down the middle of them. And you're noticing it looks like somebody's come around with just a red paintbrush and just right over that. Just put a little line over that. A couple people are talking here or there about, bounties. Oh yeah, like word is like maybe they say they're staying at the Lawmaker's Inn. We could just raid the place if we're careful, as long as we don't damage them. We can't take the key from them, but if we could just get him with the key and maybe get it out to the island, figure out what's going on. Some people are plotting, scheming, just trying to figure out something they can do to save the island. Some people seem like they're trying to see if they can't make some money. It just kind of depends on, as you get further over here, it's more of a save the island vibe. On the other side, it's more of a, we can make some money. Maybe, we could just, fuck it, sink our ship. Just join there. If we could get a job working for the Armada, be set for life. And then you get to the
North Shore Tradery?
Northside Trades.
He walks in and goes, yes, good day to you. I was wondering if you might happen to have an item I've been looking for.
A guy kind of comes up, one of older gentlemen. Of course, we have every item you could possibly ever need in our shop.
Excellent, then that means you'll have it. I need a gem of true sight.
We definitely have lots of gems that do lots of magic things. And it kind of brings you down over, and it's like, this isle has all
Excuse
of our
me, sir. Just a gem of true sight.
It would be one of these here.
Is there anybody else working here?
No, I'm the only one on shift today.
Oh, for fuck's sake. A gem of true sight would be nice.
We keep all the gemstones here. I know some hold spells. We have pearls that'll let you tap into your reserve.
You know that little twitching thing you're talking about? Yeah, he's doing that too.
Yeah.
It's giving me a headache.
That's
You've been in there before, I think.
it's every time you guys have ever been in here,
We
there's been a
have to
new
find
person
shit.
going on.
Yeah.
At one point, you guys did overhear that basically there's a crew that can't leave this island. They have no option. They're like, you cannot leave this island because there's one of the ships on the outside of the island is going to sink and murder them when they leave. So their crew's set here. They've gone through all of everything they have. So you've got a pirate crew who are looking for work, and the owner of this shop was just like, cool, you guys take shifts, run my shop, make sure you sell things for the prices, and we're good. And he's gone. Nobody knows where he is. So it is literally a group of pirates who have no idea how to run a shop, who are just every day, it's sort of all right, everybody draw straws. Oh, you're going there. So, right now one of the old shipwrights who's like, I mean, he can tell you how to fix your ship. But as far as things that they'll give them like wands are here, gems are here, here's books, this is scrolls. You need anything, pretty much everything's labeled what it costs. Nobody can steal anything, otherwise they'll die. So just sell it for what it's charged. Because remember, there's like you actually saw there's a little notations that didn't necessarily make sense, but you're thinking it's like probably like a secret code of like how to deal with hagglers and stuff like that. But there is a bunch of gemstones and different things here. A lot of them are labeled. You give me an investigation, see if you can find something. It's going to take some time.
23.
23. Yeah, you'll spend several hours going over and looking through and looking through and looking through. Unfortunately, you do not find a gem of true seeing.
If it ever was on the island, somebody else probably has.
Today's a good day to die.
I literally, I rolled very, very poorly on that. It's a good chance of having him, and neither of the shops have one right now.
Good dog. Fuck you for your time, good sir. Walking out the door.
Yeah. Did you not find it? It should be over there somewhere. So we have pretty much everything. That's kind of like the Walmart plan too for the owner. Works out where it's like if you don't know where the thing is that you're looking for, you start looking through and you're like, oh, I guess I do need, I do need boots of spring striding. Oh, I'll take a sentinel shield as well while I'm here. And you leave and you're like, did I literally just spend $5,000 in the store when I went in for one freaking pearl of power? Freaking Walmarts.
Buzz there before he takes off. He's gonna grab some 10 100 gold piece pearls.
Yeah, that's definitely doable. No, I'll have a little chest with, I don't know, 7 up. What does everybody else want to do? Reading, studying, drinking. How much do you want to drink?
I'd probably be on the hunt, looking for them to let them know about the ship. So.
Coming back, give me a perception. Ooh. You can give me a perception too, because both of you guys are out and about.
I'll get advantage on that, right? I mean, that's like expertise or whatever.
No, just you get your proficiency bonus twice for expertise.
Oh.
That's why the number's really high.
So why is it on the inventory I have this money, and then I click on that and I only have 250 gold?
Because that's how much you have in... They're probably split, because one of them says it's in your chest.
It's not in my chest.
It's not in the fine chest.
It has it out here in...
Because it'll show you your
Yeah.
total, and then you have some in equipment and some in the
probably have
chest.
some in your pockets or something
Yeah.
like that.
No, Fine Lock Chest has it.
Yeah, fine lock chest will have all the golds, yeah.
So how do I move that from that to...
You just remove whatever number you want from there and put it wherever else you want it. I was assuming your chest is probably tucked away into one of your pockets now.
Yes.
Because you're walking around, so it doesn't really. It's not an extra mental space. It's just a nice chest that you can keep all that gold in. Instead of, I mean, you could just loosely put it in your pocket, but it's
Right.
like that nice chest has basically become a wallet at this point.
True. Good.
Big.
17.
Yeah.
8. 8 you won't notice. 17 you will notice. The flyers that people put up that we're talking about, you know, some that are just like the charcoal drawings of your crew. This is the crew of the Black Betty, FYI. Just put up. Somebody's come through with a red paintbrush and just right down the middle where net is, there's just a little streak through them. On a lot of them.
Grab it.
There's tons and tons of them.
We're all over
Lots of
walls.
Oh.
Like, in your walk from there to there, you probably, I mean, you could pull them, you probably pull down.
Oh, no, I was just saying pulling one to
Oh, yeah.
show everybody.
Oh,
But
okay, yeah.
just, you know.
I'll say you'd easily find 30.
Oh, yeah, no.
That
Yeah, I'm sorry.
walkway.
I should have said about
But
that.
you can pull one down and bring back.
But, yeah, try to find everybody. So, I guess I'd let these guys know where they can go actually get some good sleep.
Yeah, of course. So he gets back. You guys are all in the inn together. Sans quiz.
Welcome back, you two. Sorry, it took me a minute to show up.
And she just has these like ethereal-looking ice crystals just kind of attached to her body, and then a really fucking gnarly black whip on her belt.
Your day was interesting, huh?
Little bit. I learned a few new things. I've made great allies in the realm of cosmic entities. So I become greater every day. And where have you two been?
I'm just kind of sitting there, just zoned out. It's like, it's like I tried to do some work today, but they're tired.
Good.
It's been a long couple of days.
I'm surprised you haven't drunk yourself into unconsciousness.
I'm a little bit surprised too.
Before you do, head over to the ship. They put in that extra space. You should be able to rest well over there.
That seems like the ideal solution for this night because I am just not putting it together right now.
I did not even think of that.
I didn't either.
Maybe we should all relocate there for tonight.
Muxers. Honestly, I mean, if it's set up there, we can.
No
Nice.
real need to be out here.
They are working on the ship, but something that we can deal with.
Noren? Anything else you have found out? No more
Oh.
zaggers within you?
No.
Is that as good?
Yeah, but I did notice this. Have you guys seen this?
I have not been out all day, so...
Handed the flyer.
Oh, that is interesting.
She'll drop it in front of Ned.
Looks like you have admirers, so they say. Captain.
Looks like it. Maybe somebody's just trying to make the charcoal drawing more vibrant, I guess. I don't know.
It will seem that either way, many eyes are on you. What is to happen in the next few days? I couldn't imagine that whatever celestial guides you or doesn't guide you. Will have any sort of insight on how to handle this situation?
Don't know for sure. Again, since my wings have become chains, I've dreamt less. Not just last night, but lots of times sleep, which used to be accompanied by visions and ideals, through the art of dream. I find myself now just waking up from blackness. It's as if when I sleep I am alone.
I am sorry to hear that. Just know that we will never give up on you. That is mostly the reason you are still alive, because you lost a fight to the death. But the great healer, she makes her own rules.
Glad you do. I definitely bit off more than I can chew with that one.
They were ready. It was tilted slightly. Just be careful, Captain. I would say travel with us. Never alone. And up your game. In the most friendly way I could say.
Absolutely.
Gorak, I could swear you out.
At this point, it would be advantageous in some kind of way. In multiple
some
kinds
kinds of ways.
In multiple kinds of ways.
My prize is held. I am slain.
I'm just oblivious.
It's like I didn't sleep very well either, to be honest.
Mickey, you're just fine.
Shut up. Treads of woman.
Just lingering, I guess. We're just hanging out and maybe go to extra space.
Head to the ship, because the ship is where the extra space is being
Well,
installed, and that's a quick installation, so it'd be...
Norin
We
told
learned
us
that.
about the rendezvous, but that was in our room, right? You want to be in our room for that? So I guess,
Hang out, wait for Quiz to...
yeah.
Wait for Quiz
We'll
to
wait
be
for
back.
Quiz and then we'll go there. And just, in the meantime, read.
So Quiz is going to.
And you remember, I know you were looking for one thing. Do you want to look for the lanterns by chance, if you can't find that?
Yes.
Yeah.
And other things as well, but
The lantern definitely available at either shop.
he's going to go back to awards.
Okay. Yeah.
Purchase the lantern. That's what, 500 gold pieces?
500 gold pieces, yes.
And ask for a oil of etherealness.
Yes. That would be 500 gold pieces as well.
Needs 2 of those.
Wait, no. Let me double check that. That might be more.
Both those prices.
I'd have to remember. Because I think that's a little bit higher one. It would be 500 gold pieces.
Okay.
Because that's consumable.
He's got. How much was the oil of etherealness? Oh,
500 gold.
500 gold. And the lantern was 500?
Yeah, both of them 500.
So that's 1,500. And he's getting 2 doses of the oil. And he's looking for a portal hole.
Portable
And,
hole.
Um,
They don't have one here, but they would have them at extra space available.
Okay.
Which you knew about. I mean, you could pick it up on the way to Wards if
Okay.
you wanted.
All right. How much is that?
A portable hole is going to be 5,000 gold pieces.
Okay. That's 6,200. And Heward's handy haversack, also at the same place?
Yep. Handy haversack is 5,000.
Okay. Do that for 5.
Did you ever save that one I sent you? It was like Bob's handy sack or something like that.
I don't remember.
It's like it was like you reach in and it's like it just gives you something random,
Right.
but then it like explodes with like glitter or something when you pull it out.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, they just like they have the robe of useful items. They have like a robe of useless items.
Yep.
There's like all kinds of different things. Like that
You
don't
just roll
work.
on the trinkets, and it's just
Random stuff. Huh?
yeah. You have a candle that won't ever be lit.
Yeah, a candle that was made without a wick in it, or there's like random things like that. Yeah, or like a broken cork.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
There's a sundial, but it doesn't have its thing, so it's just a fucking flat disc.
Nice.
Literally like a piece of glass.
And how much for the oil for the lamp?
Lamp oil. How much do you want? It's cheap. It'll come with one thing, so it burns for 6 hours. Let's go with not magic. It's like, which one are you looking for? Lamp oil, I know, is super cheap. It's actually probably on the thing right over here, but flask of oil is 1 silver piece, so you can get 10 of them for 1 gold if you want.
Take 10 flasks of oil.
Yeah.
Damn, I can't remember what it was called.
So then, walking through town, looking, searching, making damn well certain that nobody's following, looking at him, aware of who he is or what he is or where he is or doing.
Mm-hmm.
Walks to the side of a building, sticks his key in, opens the door, goes in.
Okay.
In there, pulls out his key. Still touching it. Casts Identify. During the casting, asking the key up. Question for you is, it's dormant, awakened, and exalted? Is the third step?
So, Identify is going to tell you everything it's capable of now.
Right, I know.
You're going to get a feel that there's
What-
more to it, and you're going to
that's-
need something like legend lore.
Right. That's fine, but he has a way of thinking about stuff at night.
Mhm.
So he wants to be able to muse over studying the key itself with identifying all its traits and characteristics that it has now. That's fine. But what is the third step called? Just
Exalted.
exalted. And
You know that this item is not fully to that point yet. It is
not knowing if it's sentient or not, but knowing the history of it, he will be asking of it that he is attempting to do something great with this item in the name of the 12 leaders of the Thieves Guilds who were murdered in order to create it. He wishes to do something worthy of their memory, and he will spend the hour for the Identify spell studying it and merely concentrating on it, truly not expecting any sort of answer just through an Identify spell, but just trying to, obviously he's attuned to it, but just deepen that attunement.
when you are identifying this and kind of getting into that feel, you get an understanding, and it's almost like glyphs that only you can see that can kind of come up and it's like a magic glyph, but it reads to you like words. And as you're identifying the spell, these like kind of things come up, and it's like the glyphs of magic that kind of explain the powers behind this. It's kind of how the identify spell works when you're doing that. But for this one, while it's happening, there's one moment where it seems like you blink for just a moment and you see a flash. And there's this long stage in a city that looks very unfamiliar. The architecture's what you're used to seeing in like old and ancient cities, but it's and ruins and stuff like that, like a very unfamiliar ancient architecture, but it's all new and vibrant. And there's a stage, and you can see that they have gallows set up. There are 12 men stuck in them, and as it goes through, somebody's shouting out of thievery and of trickery and deceit, and how they brought about this evil on our land by selling artifacts to gain wealth and stuff. And as this guy's talking, very noble looking person, he's walking along and he's grabbing their hair and taking a dagger and slicing their throats. And he kills all 12 of these men in the gallows. And you're watching as the stage just fills with blood. And you can kind of, his voice seems to kind of fade as it seems to, your vision seems to kind of follow as the blood's pouring off of the stage. And it kind of filters into the sewer area in the front. There's a little grate, and you can see all this blood's going in. It's falling into a grate. And below the sewers, you see a couple of men standing there. And one of them holds out a jar that's just collecting drops of this blood. And he closes it, seals it. And they whisper something as they start to go off. And then you see them going through in multiple, over a quick flash, you see the sewer area they're in seems to decay and be fixed, and time passes quickly underneath it, and they're speaking and hands are being shaken, and young boys grow beards that gray over. Time passes amongst these people, and as they're doing it, there's still this jar. They start forming alliances, and they start coming together, and they sit over a table with new lords as they discuss and draw out the idea for this key. They start to forge it, and as the molten metal falls into a forge, you see that they cool the key off by pouring the blood. They, for the first time ever, unseal this container and pour the blood over this molten hot key, and it steams away, and this key is there. Runes, gemstones, magic items are being brought together to create this item. Just little glimpses, but you kind of get that feel for it. They discuss forging strong alliances and creating new proper guilds, making sure that no one will ever challenge them the way they've been challenged before, that the new leaders will never be found. They will stay underground. They will collect powerful allies and powerful equipment and what they can to make sure that they can defend the guilds they are building up. And then you kind of realize it was just a blink, and you're seeing what the key is capable of now, which, you know. But there's something more to it.
You just continue basically praying over it.
Yep.
Asking, not necessarily for guidance, but just understanding that there's an individual attempting to get a hold of this key who is not a person who should be entrusted with this key, and that he's just looking for strength and the wisdom and the ability to keep a hold of this key and defeat this individual and be on his merry way. Does that for at least an hour.
You think that, and as you're thinking that, you kind of say to yourself, and are you speaking aloud at all?
Yes.
As you kind of speak aloud, when you do say that the individual looking for this key is not, you said not deserving or not worthy of?
Is not deserving.
Not
Probably
deserving.
very worthy.
Yeah.
She's not deserving.
When you say that, the key seems to get slightly cold to the touch. Just slightly. You think of the desires of this magic item, the intentions of this magic item, and then you think of somebody who's leading an entire armada, who's going from pirate lord to pirate king.
He's thinking
Probably.
He's thinking about 12 guild leaders executed because they were in the public eye. And if anybody's going to disappear like a fart in the wind, he can do it. Jarlaxle cannot. He has to command a freaking armada and attract attention, and he's not worthy of this.
Yep.
So then, towards evening, you head back to the room.
Yep. Fireworks still going off.
Moving silently.
The sky still displaying that the crew of the Betty White, and now it'll literally say like the crew of Betty White is in the Lawmakers Inn, and then it'll shift a few minutes later and say like Captain Net is in the Lawmakers Inn, and then it'll shift back and say like the crew is here.
He comes in.
Banging your mom.
Quiz does his normal entrance. Silently open the door. Enters. Everybody there?
Yeah, everybody's in the room right now.
Our adversaries are cunning.
Fuck.
They are watching and listening to us right now. Anything you speak would be listened to. They will know it. They are telling everyone where we are right now. Meeting here is not safe. Let's go to the space on the ship. And he's up the door.
Ozan, I could attempt to at least help some of us. Maybe I could make Captain invisible, and I could make Gorak invisible. The rest of us can attempt to stealth our way there. Well, I can get 3 of us. So Captain, Mickey, and Nora can Gorak. Okay. But there's 3 of you.
If we want to try to sneak over there, I could always inspire a couple of us. Does anybody else have anything else they could do?
I just have the invisibility.
No
I
problem.
don't know if you want to, but your thing spreads, or you can do that for multiple people, if you're interested.
How many multiple?
A veil of shadows and silence irradiates from you, making you and your companions, or masking you and your companions from detection for the duration, which is 1 hour. Each creature you choose within 30 feet of you, including you, has a +10 bonus to stealth.
That's about 3.
then yeah, he'll do. I can cast pass without a trace.
You do have to pull a key out to cast it.
It's fine. And check this out.
Mm.
Now, there are scrying sensors, I'm certain, in this room.
You
Here,
can
looking at me.
You can pull your
Yeah,
lantern
this
and see if
lantern
they're
out.
there.
This lantern.
You're not seeing any.
He's got this lantern out, and he's looking down the hall, looking in here, looking around the room. Sets in the middle of the room.
Yeah, there's no. From what you know, there's no scrying sensors on you. But you guys also do know that the creature has the ability to sense the location of intelligent creatures. It's not a sense. It's not. He can't scry directly on you, but he just for miles can just go like, this is where all intelligent creatures are.
Yeah.
So.
This creature might be able to tell where we are, and he can tell his buddies where we are, but his buddies won't be able to. We'll have a much more difficult time seeing us. So, I can pass on a trace on all of us, and we all move to the space on the ship.
We will still give out the invisibility, just to be sure.
Can't hurt.
Yeah, because my stealth is.
A large individual such as yourself, not stealthy. You leave that stuff to me. Prussian skulls. I leave that to you.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's 7 of us. Who doesn't need inspiration? Necessarily. Mark will be like, I'm fine. If not.
Who's doesn't need it?
I am invisible, so I am.
Well, he's like, I literally, I can do it 6 times. You know, I can get everybody but one person.
Who doesn't need it?
I need it.
Go to everybody else.
Everybody else? He does that, so does that. He'll make a drum. Okay, yeah. He will inspire everybody. Yeah. And you get a little moat around you.
When we use it for a skill, anyway.
When you use it for an ability check, the Bardic Inspiration die can be rolled again. Choose which roll to use.
Oh.
So he will give it to everybody. So he's going to give it to you as well. So everybody gets a Bardic Inspiration, which is a D8.
With advantage?
No. Not
the
me.
Bardic Inspiration dice, yes,
advantage.
technically is with advantage. Your stealth is also with advantage.
Mine is.
Mine.
Yours is. So everybody gets to make a stealth check with a D8.
The D8 has advantage.
And the D8 has advantage.
Telepathically, just telling Sun, if you please drive all with us, that would be great.
The ship the other time.
Just have like perch with her, basically invisibly. But once the comes down, unless you're carrying it the whole way, because I don't know how we'd be past that tracing and stealthing if you had a lantern.
He doesn't need it for the journey, but in this room he has it.
Right. Yeah. So I'll have Sun meet up with us once we start.
Jesus Christ.
Cool.
DrakenGuard.
20, and then Mock has.
Level 19 and 18, level 20.
Nice.
And an 8 on my D8.
16, 17, 18.
Plus 10.
Plus 10,
20.
plus 17.
Oh my god.
Like 80. You're just fucking gone.
Fucking shit.
That was
We're hoping we're sticking near him.
Right. Hold on to somebody's legs so we know you're there.
Wait, what'd you roll?
I'm adding it up right now.
19 and an 8. Plus pass without trace, plus that.
So it starts at a
10.
37.
Plus 17.
54.
54.
You are the true element of invisible.
Oh boy.
I am beyond invisible.
So is that thing plus 10 then? Is that?
You get plus 10.
Oh.
Oh yeah, so Net is at a 30, Mickey's at a 28, and Muck is at a 30,
So that would put me at a 27.
27.
So what I rolled plus 10?
Yeah. Well, what you rolled plus your stealth
Okay.
plus
the
10.
D8.
So
And you rolled the D8 with advantage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So 16 and 7 is 23, 33.
33,
23.
23, and then
54.
54. Cool.
Okay. That's a hell of a check.
So you guys pretty much dis-a-fucking fear. Do you want to get into your secret? Do you want to stealth all the way into your secret room? Yep. One person got a 17, so that's a 23 going against the group check. Not going to see you. You guys can get into your secret room, close the door behind you. No one has an idea. Pull out your lantern, which is nice because it's a 30 by 30 room, set it right in the center. And you're like, cool, we're good.
Soon as we get there, tell Son he can fly off.
Son will kind of get there and you open the door and he'll come in. He's like, I can hang out here with you.
Zone wants him to see you.
The lantern's
Oh.
like, see who? I mean, this guy?
No, like before
Before
we
he goes
get
in,
in.
Oh,
he goes,
okay,
okay,
alright.
yeah, he'll.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Before we even get there.
Okay.
I go, yeah, no.
Telepathically. You can leave. Go have fun.
Okay. I can do. And it goes off. So you guys are now in your room. Yeah.
Y'all may be wondering what's going on here.
Well, I mean, only a
To
little bit.
those-
You've been rather absent for the last 3 days.
I've been doing a lot of work. Seeing how I brought this upon this island and I brought this upon you. Please note that all of you accepted me into your company. And I warned you. But I got enemies and I make enemies like crazy.
So we've seen.
Are there any doubts to my honesty? To any of you?
No.
Does anybody here doubt my honesty?
No,
Have no reason to.
I will fully admit that I did not fully comprehend the extent to which you have pissed off some people, but
Here we are.
I have a special talent.
you are honest, and I
I have a special
can see
talent.
that.
I can get things that I wasn't even looking for.
Apparently.
I don't know why or how, but it's been between my entire life. Do you remember Gulrak? You asked me if I had any friends, and I told you no. I thought you were kind of shocked about that.
Well, I just took it as a little bit of an affront to what we've been doing for a little while. I thought we were
Let me
maybe
tell
friends.
you. Let me tell you. Everybody who I've ever called friend in my entire life has been killed in an effort to get to me. You are my allies. I cherish you more than friends. But as allies, you must realize if they, whoever they may be, Jarlaxio and all his fucking buddies, get a hold of you, you are on your own. I will do what I can to save you, but I will not give myself up.
You're not expected to.
Yeah, I think we all agree upon that.
I need all of you to understand the severity of the situation in which we find ourselves. I think all of you have discovered some levels of that severity, especially the ones of you who could not sleep, and you've failed the test.
Yeah, that sucked.
The test, just to get a night's sleep. I could have done it in this room last night, but I didn't have any way to make sure I wasn't being followed or scried upon. And I cannot afford to get trapped in here. Nobody knows we're in here. And if they do, well, we'll die this evening.
Or we'll beat their ass because they are coming to us. Good luck.
If Jarlaxle comes in here, he'll kill each and every one of us, and we won't even know he's here.
He will die.
I appreciate your ambition. That is the way that I will believe it. I will not underestimate this individual. What I'm planning is amazing in its cleverness. I can't believe that they could possibly anticipate anything like this. But there are a few things that I've discovered about this island that I need to test first. Eli, you can help me with that.
Of course.
Can you fly above this ward? No. I know that you can't teleport out of it. I need to know if you can fly.
I'm sure I can, but I am willing to attempt.
We need to know if it can be done. And
You guys kind of flew in and kind of came down into it when you first came in. It's definitely a dome.
Mhm.
It's not
we
like
flew into it. What?
With
you
our
flew
airship.
in with the airship.
Right. Yeah, I know. It's definitely a dome. I understand this. Yeah, that's what he's saying. Can you
As
fly?
an individual,
Can you fly out of it?
I'm sure. I'm sure they will
You are
attempt
100%.
to find me.
You are 100% sure that creatures can fly in and out of this.
Oh, you're right. You're right.
Actually, I have it on very good authority that creatures are able to fly in and out of the zone. I have friends in surrounding places.
Okay. This is terrifying. There are points.
You like close your eyes for a sec. Her eyes like light with fire,
Just fire for
and
a
he's
second.
just kind of sitting there, and he's just like floating at the edge of it. And he's just like putting his hand through. It just shimmers a little bit when he puts his hand through the blue wall.
Is there just like a ripple of energy
Just,
at it,
just
or no?
No, just a little bit of shimmer, like
Yes. In the effect?
kind of there, and it's not like when he goes in, it kind of like the blueness of the edge of the magic, because the magic it's more of just the edge of the magic has a little bit of blue. When he goes through, it just kind of carries with him and shimmers a little bit. When he pulls it out, carries with him, shimmers just a little bit, but it's not literally like doing ripples or anything like that.
It can be passed through. Seemingly no consequences.
That's good. Then, before the first light of dawn is when I'm planning on putting this plan into effect. The chances of us surviving it, I'd say, are better than not. They're definitely better than sitting here with our thumbs up our asses waiting for this fucker to raise the island.
Well, that's for certain.
So,
At this point, I am
anybody
ready to do just about anything.
Anybody who's not 100% into this, I bid you a peaceful farewell and please leave.
I'm all in. Mickey's all in.
You look over, Mickey's just like,
Just fucking
sorry,
passed
it's
out.
I just smacked my hammer on the table.
Mickey wakes up.
probably still just sleeping.
Yeah.
How
Just
about
gives that
you?
dead twitch.
How about you, Ned?
Net.
I'm definitely in. I have the feeling that I'm slowly getting a target on my head as the captain.
No
so
shit.
I think a little bit more than I think we're past slowly now.
if we're not just making the decision to relinquish the item or anything like that, if we are going to do something else, then
So, if what you want me to do is relinquish the item, then I would suggest you go and alert the authorities to where we are.
no. I'm just saying if that's what you want to do.
I'm keeping this. Think about it.
It's like, I am keeping this.
The individual that wants this, y'all have met him, have you not?
Oh,
Yeah,
fuck
that
yeah,
guy's-
we
that
met
guy's
him.
Norn,
He was a person.
knows
he's
about
a guy.
some of his abilities.
We saw it first time.
This
too.
individual is the commodore of a pirate fleet, armada. What it takes to control one of those, I can't even begin to imagine. But it's certainly more than anything I could do. Now, you give that individual this item. It'd be damn near unstoppable.
All I know of that item necessarily is that it made us all damn near invisible. If you did that to an entire group on a pirate ship before you raided another ship or something,
Do you imagine the devastation?
it'd be relatively terrible.
Any ship on the sea might as well just give over its treasure to him.
I mean, they probably are Azizu. Would be my guess.
Maybe.
Just saying.
But there'd be no escaping.
No.
So, oh no, this guy's going to kill us all. We're going to give him this frickin' trinket. And you know what he's going to do? Kill each and every last
us
one of
all
us
anyway.
and raise this entire island because I is here. Because he has to keep his image, or he will have a mutiny on his hands and he cannot stop. The problem with having more people under your control is you have more people who can fight against you right behind you. They have to be terrified of him. Have to be. That is the way that he orders his entire armada. There's no other way.
I mean, from what I gathered speaking with people, he is relatively honest in that he would let
There is no
everybody
reason
go
for him
if
to be anything other than honest. Liars are afraid of what you will do with your information. He had no fear of that. None. He will tell you the exact truth. He will tell you the minute and the day that you're going to die, and you will die that day and that minute. Mickey, if you're feeling like you want to go out and fight him, I'm doing this before that happens because you're gonna die, and your screams are gonna echo over this entire island, and people are going to go insane from listening to him.
No. Mickey's like he's like out. He's just like
Pointing
yeah.
at Mickey when I did this.
But no, go. I think Mickey's point more so was if somebody has to die, he was offering himself up.
I
But
appreciate that, and that is amazing, and that is incredible. And again, his screams would echo over this island for hours. Doesn't mean when this individual tells you he's going to kill you, he's got to make a point. The point he's making is to everybody on this island and to everybody who's sitting on his ships watching what he's doing. Because if he shows 1 ounce of weakness, they're coming after him. There's more of him than there is of him. And they know it, and he knows it, and he rules with an iron fist is the only way to accomplish this.
I also agree. I think, though, just as a side note, and I may have an added interest, as you say, I agree that when he says you die, and he'll set down the paper with the strike through it, he goes, I'm pretty sure that he's saying that on the dawn of the 35th day of Avandra, I die.
I think that is probably more of a threat from the Black Betty.
No, I found it interesting.
Give me, well, you had a 29 insight. You saw these were strike through. It was definitely, there was a couple of drow who were coming by and just flicking through and like putting the marks on them. So it was definitely drow who were.
It was Drow that was putting his marks.
I mean, cute. It's not Jalak, so it's...
His minions?
How much more terrifying would it be
What?
to say, this is your weakest member, protect him, and then murder someone else?
This is the captain of your ship. Whether he's your weakest or you're not, he kills you, it sends another message.
And
There's nothing we can do to stop that unless we fucking do it before that date. And why he gave me 3 days, I don't know, because I like to test myself every day and I'm working on it.
the other thing I can tell you as well is I've spent days and days reading over books written by intellectuals who thought lots of commanding a ship and the role of being a captain, trying to understand it. And reading these books, they do talk about demoralizing a crew by as a captain taking out another captain, you can gain the entire crew if you can just prove that you're better than that. I don't know what this means, but it could mean that he's going to try to kill me on that day, which is why I just put the thought out there that if we are outmanned, outgunned, and if it comes down to this island surviving and myself surviving, I do have a little bit of selfish intent here. Maybe before the 37th,
You had your shot.
if I die on the morning of the 35th, just let it be known that my wishes would be that before we disappeared with this key, before you disappeared with this key, that with my dying breath, I ask that before the 37th we give him the key if we've not come up with a better option. Is my only thought. Just my thought.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
I get the idea of the potential of what could happen if he gets this. Somebody summoned a hurricane to keep him from getting this. But at the same time,
They also happened to have me on the ship, which was a happy accident.
from what I get, there was
Was it an
several
accident?
slaves on that ship. But
And it's a slaver ship. There should be slaves on it.
I don't think anyone here actually underestimates the abilities of Jarlaxle, which is funny that some of us would-be pirates, not even pirates. We stole one airship barely and could not even fly it properly to get here. We were literally the expendables. I think it is absolutely 100% clear. We cannot handle a fleet. We are a small force. So, more to the point.
I have a
Quiz.
plan for that.
You have a plan. How stupid are we going to get here? I love taking risks because at this point we are small town at the base of a volcano, praying to a god that will melt us. It is inevitable. We will die, or we will do the one thing stupid enough to maybe give us a chance. So,
Muck will look over. Is it sacrifice a virgin? Oh, Ela's around. I don't think we have those anymore.
you sound jealous, Mark.
What we're doing here is everybody is identifying the problem. Anybody and everybody could identify the problem.
Yeah, it's
no.
fucking
Only the
jealous.
key. Oh no, it's horrible, it's awful. I'm looking for solutions. I've come up with the solution. Does anybody have any solutions?
And that goes. We give him the key.
Or we
Does it raise the
fucking
island?
murder him 8-1 if we get the chance, which we will not.
Let's try 8 to several thousand. It's got our ships. Let's be realistic.
7?
Right.
There's 7 of us?
8.
I guess 9 if we Norquin and Aegon.
I don't know if they'd be on our side for this.
They are not part of the crew of the Betty.
They should not be expected to pay any price that we will have to pay.
The plan?
Now here's the thing, before I tell you the plan, I'll tell you something interesting. They're looking for this key. And anytime it's not directly in eye contact or possession, they see it. I don't know how that happens. I could dabble in some magics, but I'm not that versed in it. So here's the thing. I managed to make my way onto the Black Betty. Oh yeah, I got outside, I got down below decks. I got into the surgeon's quarters. I made myself a little room, extra space kind of room there. And I set the key down. I picked the key up. I left that room. And I hear assholes at elbows. They're running on the ship. I get off the ship. They're coming to the ship. And not a single one of those fuckers even thought that anything on the Black Betty was hiding the key from them. They didn't take any retributions against the Black Betty, nothing. There is something else going on here that I don't know about. Therefore, anything that we say, even in here, we could be found out the instant we walk out and we're all slaughtered. Do not doubt that. Plans work, or plans don't, and then this time if they fail miserably and you die.
It's either that or their plan actually happens and we all die.
And their plan happens to be all
I'm
done.
not really worried about it.
So yeah, I'm not a man of plans. I'm a man of action, and I'm getting real bored over here.
I'm about to make it interesting. Woo! Here's the
Well, I
thing.
think it was going to get interesting one way or another.
I don't want him to execute Mickey or Ned on the beach.
He was able to pay if he tried.
He'd be able to handle it. We're playing his game with his rules. No. Let's play my game with my rules. I prefer that. So, everybody interested?
I'm definitely interested in another solution
All in?
other than the one I have.
Hey, I'm here
I'm not
for it.
sure
The easiest solution.
that I'm going to need you, other than maybe to give me some bardic inspiration. And other than that, if you could stay here, I'd appreciate it. At this point,
here I could go somewhere
your-
and make a distraction.
your doubtfulness worries me.
It's not that I have a doubt, it's just I wonder if perhaps
I don't have a doubt, but means you have a doubt. You think that whatever it is that we're going to do is zero chance of success, and even if we give him this key, he will let us go, and all will be rainbows and butterflies. I believe you to be completely incorrect. He will get the key, and he will continue on with his plan as he stated, because he has a point to make with all the pirates on his armada.
perhaps. Or perhaps, as you said, he has no reason to lie. If he tells everybody in the center that if he gets the key he'll let him go, then everybody on his armada views him as a liar. You've already said that. It's important not to lie.
Everybody on his armada will view him ruthless.
I feel like everybody involved in the situation on his armada, on his island, and in this room knows how ruthless he is.
And that will
I'm
drive
just
his
the one
point
who...
home.
You have the ability, I'm guessing maybe through that key, to not be found by him.
It's not the key that has kept me from being found.
Whatever it is that makes it to where if the key is on your possession, they can't see the key, and they can't find you. Even Laura Quinn said she couldn't find your mind and couldn't reach out to you. Whatever it is that keeps you hidden, maybe that's why you feel so secure.
I don't feel secure.
I feel that if you had, there are two targets, two bullseyes are put on us right now. One on you, and the bullseye on you is now coming to me because you're a target that they can't attain. So if there's a bullseye on me, maybe if you could be seen and found by them, you'd be less cavalier. But right now, I remember a point in time dealing with Ela, where the most important thing in Ela's life was an item. Very powerful item. And this item created a way of life for her. We've discussed it, and we've shown her that there are other ways.
I apologize if anything that I've ever done makes you think that I'm cavalier. But at this point, I no longer need your assistance. I would appreciate it if you leave.
I would appreciate it if you didn't get my entire crew killed to keep a ring or keep a key.
Good day, sir. Best of luck to you. And Quiz walks out the door.
Is there a view of us? Is there
I'm not
none of
trying.
us?
I don't mean to speak out of place, but I don't get why offering up the key isn't potentially an option.
We discussed that he has his free will, and if you would like to convince him of that, even though he has clearly said that he is not going to, then you are also fighting another hopeless game. We discussed as a group if we would attempt to retrieve the key from him, at which point we all felt that was not on the table. So I think we all...
Did we all agree that that wasn't on the table? I thought we started to discuss it, and then we just kind of didn't.
That man is going to raise this isle no matter what. I think that's a fact. I, for one, am not going to just sit here and let it happen. If I die, I die. That's it.
Speaking to people, trying to gather information, when we were trying to figure out what we can, people believe that he absolutely has the capability to do what he's saying. But people also believe that, you know, he doesn't get where he is by just only being ruthless. He is
People
ruthless.
also believe that this island can protect you. It clearly cannot.
The island can protect you.
No, it can't. No, it cannot. Speak to this man here who has a dagger into his chest.
Big hole. Big hole.
It cannot protect you. That was no protection. This island is nothing. Only something against the weak.
This armor protects me. That doesn't mean that.
It's not protection.
It does not mean that I'm invulnerable for wearing it. But I am still protected more than without it.
Protection offers a feeling of safety. You tell me right now, in the predicament you are in, that is protection? Then you should walk right out and fight Jalaxo right now, Captain. I will be there with you.
Yeah.
But that is not protection. Not here. And the aura is not protection. Not here. It is a squelcher. I was much rather, at this point, have my facilities without consequences, since something of such epic power is hunting me, but I don't have that. This island is not protection. It is an inevitable prison to an inevitable end. We are fucked, Captain. So, the one man with the potential, with a plan, because nobody else here has a plan other than give the key back, amazing, we're fucked. With all due respect, Captain, I would like to hear the plan, and she wants it.
Well, so all I was. People
I'm just gone. I just
said
got
there was no other solution, and I offered the clearest and most obvious solution. But
We talked about this literally the other night. Like, we sat down
We
and
talked about it.
nobody else wanted to contribute to, should we try and get quiz?
I know.
Is that a possibility? Nobody said a fucking thing. I mean, Net wasn't here.
Nat wasn't here.
Obviously.
I tried to talk with him a little bit, and he's like, "Well, can we just give him back the key?" And literally was kind
Yeah.
of what Colton's idea was. So I'm
Yeah.
like, "How would Ned
Yeah.
do that if Colton's idea is kind of just the?"
Yeah. Which I get, and obviously, you know, he would have said something.
And then also the idea too that
Yeah.
well, it's like
That's an option. But
He's
slitting your
dealt
own
with-
throat is also an option.
Yeah.
That way Dr. Chalaxo doesn't kill you.
it's true, but also Net is a good person.
Right.
He is definitely he has a good alignment, and he has to go, okay, what causes the least amount? You also have
Are you talking about now or in the future? Because what happens today kills millions in the future.
Right.
Potentially.
If you can stop Jarlaxle from having that ability, it could be good. Very good. Could be.
Mm-hmm. But that also comes down to the different vibe, because
It's also the history of the key.
Mhm.
Everyone will continue to kill and hunt this key down. It doesn't fucking matter.
Death.
Jarlaxle
Death
has it tomorrow.
so
Imagine the
forged
motherfucker
this key.
who's hunting
So
Jarlaxle for it.
Death forged this key.
Yeah.
Death surrounds it.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Keeping it out of the hands of Jarlaxle can only be good.
Yeah.
But then again, also, I gave Ned some history rolls, stuff like that. He knows a little bit. Can you grab me a wild cherry?
Yeah. Wild cherry.
Jarlaxle literally started piracy to just help male
What did Mountain
pirates,
do?
or
It's on
male
the- it's on the
drow,
door.
escape from murder. Which, so he looks at it and goes, well,
Well,
his legacy
that's
is
a
built
noble
on
cause.
good stuff and noble cause.
Using
He still does
awful
stuff.
awful avenue to a noble cause.
Mhm.
Doesn't make him a good guy.
Yeah.
And the more he gets this armada, the more of an iron fist he has to rule it with, or they're gonna fucking kill him.
Mhm.
They're gonna kill anybody who attempts to take command of it after they kill him.
Situation, yeah,
Appreciate you.
theoretically. But he just, from what he can tell,
That's why
he's not
there's
necessarily.
there's
You're
never
good.
been quite the
Oh, you're good.
the pirate controlling the armada, because the nature of pirates. You have to be the most badass, deadly tyrant that you can possibly be to control something like this. There's no other way.
Oh yeah. I understand your take on it. I just also understand Ned's take on it.
This is also true.
Pirate's code
And
is
you have to understand
loose code.
why Quiz is like Deuce's dad.
Mhm. Oh yeah. No, I get it.
But Ela will follow up.
Ela and Norin
after.
both leave,
Yeah.
exit the area.
And Norman.
Yeah.
Yes, I say Ela
Yep.
and Norin.
I didn't even say anything to him. I just gave him the look of disappointment. I keep forgetting what side I'm on, and I keep forgetting I'm supposed to be kind of an asshole, and I just now remembered that. I was like, oh, dude.
Well, and that's the funny thing about Ela too, is she's fucking evil, man. And she's been getting a lot of gifts lately, and Net's not here to help RP and swing her the other way, and she's fucking steering into that
Mhm.
shit, dude. Like, it's bad.
I'd just peace out of there at the same time, kind of just like not even say anything.
Mickey. Well,
Make my position real clear.
Mickey will follow Ela.
Make you
Absolutely, probably follow. And Mike will just gonna sit there for the moment and just be like, I don't like anybody at all. Fuck you all. I'm supposed to keep the ship clean. I'm supposed to be the surgeon. Nobody's hurt yet. Everybody go just get fucked up and then come back and I'll not even a surgeon anymore. I'm a deck swap.
But he bought his freedom.
Yeah.
Freedom
Yeah.
getting murdered.
Yeah, he literally gave you, or bought himself from you. You sat there and were like, well, if you want to be free, you can purchase yourself. And he's just like, I'll do it, but I will also one day
Attempt to murder.
stand on your grave.
Absolutely.
Muck will
Whip it
say,
out, and without a single hesitation, piss until he's finished. On your
Absolutely.
grave.
Absolutely.
Muck will like sit down and go, Net, neither you or I have slept in like 30 hours now. Let's just fucking sleep and find out what the plan is. And he will take his little moon sickle off his belt so he doesn't roll over on it, and he'll lay down on the ground, and Muck will go to sleep. That will kind of sit back, lean against the wall, and attempt to sleep as well.
Outside, off the ship, still in the shipbuilding area. Quiz is standing there in the the direct route. Where, if you're going to leave the ship, here's the route you take. Quiz is standing there. You come up first. Doran comes up next.
Very shortly after.
You come up.
And then Mickey's there with you.
Right. Do I have loyalty?
Yes. I don't know how many times I have to tell you.
Where are we going to talk
In the,
about? Where are we
in
gonna
the
talk
side of the
about
hull.
this
Open the door.
Oh, perfect.
Cool.
While he was out there, he's looking and scoping and searching, make sure he was watching.
There were definitely some people. And they kind of, that points, they'll kind of look over.
That's his mage hand. He's going to make a distraction off of you.
There's a couple people when the door opens. Some people kind of look over and they're just like, they're going through. There's some people working, stuff like that. They recognize that the people kind of moving around on the ship, that you guys are the crew of this ship, and they're like, okay, whatever, like they should be fine. But they seem to be aware that you're there, but you kind of step in and they're not going to be able to see you.
Nobody's around when he does this.
There's people around, because
nobody,
you guys...
he's moving to a place where there's nobody around when he does this.
You're going to not be able to do that inside
He's
of this
not doing
building.
it in here.
Okay. Because you guys can go into a different part of your ship
You
where
see
no
him-
one can see you do
you
it.
see him-
Like on the lower decks or
Well,
something
that's
like
what
that.
That'll work.
talking about.
Yeah, you can go like
Yeah.
lower decks or something like that. But, because there's people working almost all the time to get these ships built. You guys are in this giant warehouse
Right.
where they're building multiple ships. Some people are probably still working on parts of the exterior of your ship. The time frame in which it may seem, you guys feel like you're here forever, but if you were trying to completely rebuild a ship magically, like you got to realize there's almost a full crew working in shifts,
Right.
like constantly. So
Quiz is going to
you can
lead us
yeah.
to a spot in the ship. Do the same thing. Key in. Steps inside. Boop. It's a little room, 10 by 10.
That's
So
fine.
we're all kind of in there. Close the door. If I can't trust somebody 100%, they don't need to be in on this. It'd be too easy for somebody to buy them. Coin on this island makes lips just flutter like fucking flags in the breeze. What I'm talking about is using Jarlax's weapon against him. I don't know 100% yet how I'm going to do it. I have an idea. But we're going to get on that ship. We're going to get into that room. We're going to turn that trinket. And if we can't figure out how to fire it, we're going to steal it.
I am 100% on board with this.
Fuck yeah.
Love
That
that.
sounds like a fun time.
Seems like the best change of pace that I've had in a while.
I'm not saying it's going to be easy. Because something somewhere knows where every intelligent fucking creature is. So, no matter what we're doing,
Easy.
we've got to be able to mingle with what's going on. So that we're not a tight little group going there. We can disperse amongst all the other intelligent creatures this thing can frickin' find.
You have earrings.
We have to be able to do this each on our own while doing it as a team as well. We have to be able to get off the shore, out of the protections of this island, onto the ship, all undetected. By being no more than intelligent creatures that are being where they're supposed to be. If we get on that ship, I can get into that room. And if there's anybody in that room, I might be able to deal with them all. I don't know if I can deal with them before they set off an alarm. Do I need assistance? Once we're in that room, I don't know what it takes to fire this. I don't know what it takes to operate it. I don't know if it takes a spellcaster to do it. I don't know what spell I have to cast. I'm very limited on what I can do. But if it's merely light a fucking fuse and point it in the direction and go boom, I can accomplish that. We'll sink this fucking ship.
You two Gorak, you were with them when Norm got stabbed, right?
Yeah.
The three of you guys were pretty close when that ship went off. It is a very large cannon on the deck of the ship. It looks like it has a couple people who are manning it. So it's a cannon on deck of the ship, like
Normally they're below
on the
decks.
front of it.
Normally cannon are below decks. This one's on deck.
This one is on
Which makes
Which is
us-
like the kind of like how your green flame arbalest, like these powerful
Right.
things are like harpoons are on deck.
Just it's an extra cannon they weren't prepared. We
It's-
weren't planning on. There it sits on the deck. It's
You also
not-
do know that it's a very large warship, larger than a normal warship, and that there was probably a good 40 people on deck.
Not worried about that.
But just so you know, that's what you would know. So they know it's on deck.
What we need is a way to get to the ship. I was thinking either flying or swimming, or both. So I needed to know if you can make it through, flying through the fucking wards of this island.
Absolutely.
And I'm
'Cause I
fully,
found out I
fully
can s-
capable of swimming.
I found out that I am capable of swimming through these wards.
Well, if you can get through them, I can stand or I can breathe underwater, so I can get there.
Is that a joke?
he's a squid.
Okay.
I think he can.
So then-
I think Nora can go
You're
underwater.
swimming if you
Yeah.
can fly.
I can.
So
Good. Actually good.
what I need
So
then
it's supposed
is
to be two, don't we?
I'm not certain of the distance that I can hide your thoughts from this creature. How can you be in proximity? Does it only work on me, or is it a proximity? I don't know this. I haven't been able to research it. I can't figure it out. The best we can do is to swim low along the bottom to it, up underneath it, climb up aboard. You get up on top, invisible somehow. It has to happen. Can't be detected. And I figure that most guards that they're going to have are going to be eyesight, night sight, lantern. They'll have a couple guards that might be able to see invisibility. You have to be able to stealth at least a little bit as well.
They are Drow. So keep in mind that they can see in the
They
dark
see in the dark. That's
very well.
That is fine.
They're more actually they see better in the dark.
right?
than
Yeah.
at night. During the day, they actually probably are having more difficulty seeing, and you'll
Yeah.
be able to, you can tell they'll have like almost on a lot of the Drow ships they'll have almost like these like canopy things set up where they kind of stay
Kinda
and
shade
try
it,
to shade
kinda
it
shade, yeah.
and try to keep back and use spy glasses to look at a distance rather than walking to the edge of the ship and looking out being in the sun. They definitely seem to be trying to stay out of the sunlight. So
Then we can alter that part of the plan and go during the dawn.
Another,
While the sun is low and blinded them, we come up on that side of the ship.
that sounds like a great plan. The other issue is I was not think obviously exhaust the option, attempt it, but I don't think that invisibility will have the effect that you think it will. Because if a Chronopolis airship has the capability to display invisibility, I would assume that the Hellraiser, the Eyecatcher, the Heartbreaker will all probably have something similar.
I'd say invisibility, because it keeps you invisible to most people.
Right.
think-
But that zone illuminates invisible.
you remember
people.
the airship, like invisible creatures by the airship just glow
Oh yeah,
So
because it has the beholder eyes like
right.
set. And that's something that literally your ship right now
Has.
has.
Okay.
So it is possible that could be an issue. If it is or not, but it could be an issue.
Then we'll have to assume that it is. We have to go with the worst case scenario.
That's what I'm thinking.
So then invisibility is not going to work. You have to stealth.
We have to be sneaky.
So
Water's our best approach.
if you two
Water?
can
I
stay,
can do
What are
sky
your
just
best
fine.
approaches?
if you two can stay within 30 feet of me, I can cast Pass Without Trace. And that is the best help that I can give you to stealth.
My friends and I can fly, and I am able to camouflage relatively. I can use the hat of the skies. Is better than invisibility. I can look like I'm wearing something sky blue and flying, as you say, from sunrise side, and fingers crossed. Either way, I can be a distraction.
What we need is a distraction.
And my friend can help with that as well.
And what I need is all the ones who are around this engineer's device have to be dispatched. They have to be dispatched quickly. They have to be dispatched silently as possible. At that point, again, I don't know how you fire this cannon, but if there's a way that I can figure it out, I'll point it at the deck of the ship and I'll detonate it. Of course, you know, if there's a couple other ships on the line there, that'd just be icing on the cake.
You ever seen a dinosaur with the thing on its tail? Ankylosaurus? I say a couple of tail slabs from that could potentially do the trick as well. I could make this happen.
As a distraction? What? At what point were you using them?
Whomever, an ally.
So, after this thing detonates the ship before it sinks, I'm timing it. The ocean swells. And it lowers. Rises and lowers. It's a constant thing. Be it a little bit, be it a lot. As it swells, two movable rods hold it up. As it drops, I put my portable hole underneath it and remove the movable rods. And I capture their trinket.
I like it. I like it a lot. It seems to be the most reasonable, if any reasonable way to actually acquire that piece from them. But would that be the end of our battle?
Oh, hell no. Hell no. Oh my god.
Then anything we
that's-
can do to survive,
Yeah.
to get out
At
of there.
that point,
It's like,
get the
that's what we need to
back off this ship. You smack the thing on its frickin' snout. It's pissed off. Everything's coming at us. But guess what they don't have? This fucking weapon. They're not destroying the island unless they come on. And this at least gives everybody on the island a fighting chance.
And we give this weapon to Lord DrakenGuard, maybe?
I'm quite fine with that.
Here's a nice little gift,
I
Lord
sure as hell
DrakenGuard.
don't need something like this. But for
Yeah.
bringing this
Could
upon
not use that
his
attention trying to get
island?
out of here.
bringing this upon his island and upon the people of his island, I figure that's the least I could do. Well, I could always get back the key, but I'm thinking more people are gonna die with that option than ever will with this one. If they raise the entire island and kill all of us and everybody on this island, then they get the key, and then they're still gonna kill everybody else that they can kill with this.
That's exactly what they're gonna do.
And if it's all but inevitable, I'm gonna go down with my axe swinging
That's what
instead
I'm
of
saying.
puttering around,
I'm
trying
not
to
gonna
figure
die
out
with
what to
thumb
do.
up my ass. I'm gonna make the biggest fucking mess I can make. And if I die after I freaking waste this asshole's ship and as many freaking things in the line as I can, I'd be okay with that too. Ah, yeah, and then he can have his fucking key.
See, at that point, I mean, it doesn't matter. We wouldn't have any of the consequences anyway, so.
That is true. He might be so pissed off at me that he resurrects my happy ass and kills me just a few more times just because he can. But that's not your worries. I don't think.
Knock on wood.
So, everybody feel like making a mess?
Of course. I was born to make it messy.
See, and the cool thing is if we swim, because I have oceanic soul, we can talk to each other like normal underwater, so we can coordinate.
That is most excellent. I have message, but it's limited at best.
Mine just says, well, in addition, when you are fully submerged, any creature that is also fully submerged can understand your speech and you can understand theirs.
Within speaking this
Yeah.
night.
You'll be able to understand them. And they'll be able to understand you, but they won't be able to understand each other. So you'll have to translate.
Yeah, yeah.
But yeah, it's doable.
It's doable. That's pretty cool.
Lady and gentlemen, is this the plan?
I like it.
I'm in for the attempt.
As with any plan, things are going to go wrong at
Oh,
certain
it will
points.
go horribly wrong from the start. I'm
But-
sure.
You've got to keep your eyes on the prize. And knowing you can die here or you can die to thump your ass on the island. So, anybody else have anything to add or make note on this plan?
If I was a willing ally, I could literally create a Tyrannosaurus Rex on board.
Sounds like that's what Mickey's for.
Right. So, if she is a fan, we have options.
That's it. It's straight up. I don't know. It's like put Mickey on the deck and casting a little minor illusion to make his hands glow.
There's
You're a wizard now, Mikey.
probably 300 things on these ships that I haven't even realized.
Yeah.
But you don't know if you don't go.
We have
And I know you guys don't have to aspire to you got to test yourself every day bullshit. But this is my test today. If y'all don't feel like being tested, you can go spend the night with Nat.
Pass.
Nat is a friend. I've told him this. I risk my own life to go and save him from his fight to the death. Rush retreated from me, the coward.
He didn't have to fight you.
No, he's
Not necessarily a cowardly move. If you're there, 50 other people could be there too.
That is true. Still, every opportunity to try and take out as many of us as he could outside the zone. But he tried his damnedest for the one. Clearly, Nat is an ally, but he has been a liability lately. And I am all for the plan of, hey, let's try and make things interesting and do something, rather than wait to see what happens. We waited and Norin got a Zagar through the chest, and that was annoying. So, let us be
I
annoying.
suspect the Norn would have called it a bit more than a
A little bit more.
Little bit. Right. So let's
have-
maybe stick it back to him, yeah?
I categorize everybody into two groups, varying degrees in each group. Allies and adversaries. I still call Net an ally, but not one that I can trust. Not on a mission like this.
Just a real quick side note, everybody give me just a base intelligence check real quick.
In a extra dimensional space?
Mm-hmm. Intelligence check.
Oh, intelligence check.
Goody.
Alright though, that I have you just paranoid all the time.
We rode on a
Seven.
ship with a fucking
Good, 'cause you
elder
didn't
brain
think
for
about
fucking months. Yeah.
11.
11.
10.
10.
Just going off.
Intelligence check. Just your intelligence modifier added.
Oh,
My intelligence.
20.
-1.
30, 20.
Dirty 20. Glad at least you. So,
Thanks,
what
Lauren.
is Net's role in your party as you guys are getting ready to go run off and do this?
Healer.
Fucking healer.
There's no,
Yeah,
something-
yeah.
there's
Role in
no-
our party's supposed to be a healer,
There's
and
no
yeah, he has
room.
healed us before. But also,
This-
he's been like, here's a zone,
This battle.
here's some mockery.
This battle
He's also done things like you're frozen in place
going.
and then healing word. He's
Fluid.
done some really good things
Yeah.
depending on the situation. He's
Yeah.
actually way better underwater.
This battle is going to be fluid.
Phenomenal underwater.
It's going to be moving. It's not going to be within 30 feet of anybody. You're going to be over there, and I'm going to be here. She's going to be flying up there. I think his assistance in that capacity is going to be minimal. Again, I believe him to be more of a liability than an asset.
How else was we get him in with us?
I don't see how. He's already stated that he'd rather me just give up this and let whatever happens, happens. I prefer to attempt to steer my own fate.
You walk on your feet.
All day long. Except when I'm swimming. Seems to be pretty good.
Isn't you're kicking your feet?
Not necessarily. Just spin around behind me.
Finning your feet?
The thing is, there is no plan to do this. The worst case scenario is that we all die. That's it.
That is already going to happen.
Eventually. Be it today, be it tomorrow, be it 30 years from now. It's going to happen.
Roll underneath here.
But before it does, I'm going to do whatever I can. To do whatever I can.
Oh, I know, I did too. I caught it just over the corner of my eye.
What was it?
D12.
Here it is. Oh, it's touching the wall.
Holy crap!
And it's a D12, which they just never want to stop rolling.
Yeah.
Just go for it.
Let's go.
Yeah, I dropped it, it hit my foot, and it went.
Bah.
Gone forever. Oh, dang. Well, if that's the case, what are we gonna do for
If anybody
a
wants,
healer for this encounter?
if anybody wants my healing potion, you can have it.
Potions?
Because if anybody,
Oh, yeah.
if anybody gets damaged enough to where they're going to need this potion, it's probably already too late.
I've got one.
I have one. Does anybody want it? I can't imagine me having enough time to use it. And then the help that it gives you will be long gone by the time you finally get finished drinking it. This is an infiltration. You have to get in. We have to get the job done. We have to get the fuck out. And remember, we're being tracked the whole time we do it. I see a lot of long faces here.
I mean, like we all said, we are a few against an armada. And once one of their ships are under assault, we can damn well be sure that at least a few will come to their aid. So
But they're not going to be firing on their own ship.
here's hoping.
If they feel like firing on the ship that's got this, is it freaking trinket on it?
They're probably not going to. The Armada's probably not going to be firing on the ship. It doesn't make sense. But this is also a warship, which usually has at least 40
Combat
soldiers on it,
Right.
not including the crew.
I understand. Yeah. That's why we have to get done what we need to get done, get the fuck off. A stand-up, drag-out fight, we will lose. If they discover us, we will lose. If you get captured, kill yourself. Because what they have in store for you, far worse than that.
Then what is our goal here?
Our goal is to protect the island. Get rid of the danger from this, is it engineers, cannon. We want to destroy it, preferably capture it. The best case scenario, use it against as much of this armada as we can, though that'll be tough. Big warship and warriors already on board. I suspect you can get a couple shots off.
Well, I'm just curious as to what our victory looks like here.
Our victory is a 100% victory. Is we capture and take this cannon, and all of us make it back off this ship onto the island. Though we still have to lay low because they have enough people who have not necessarily immunity but strength enough to resist the wards of the island. They can still put a dagger in you.
Well, suppose we acquire that cannon and get it into the extra dimensional space. What at that point leads us to believe that this armada is just going to peace out here?
They are definitely not. But what they're not going to do is be able to vaporize the wards of this island. Most of the warriors of this armada will not be able to do the attacks and the fighting inside of these wards. There will be some that are strong enough to do it. We can group up on them and take them out. And by that, I mean capture them, because that's what we'd have to do.
Even creatures who are any information attempted together, even creatures, the most powerful creatures who can resist this ward, still take damage every time they violate the things. Mm-hmm. So if somebody's in a fight and goes like attack, 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 and resist it, they're still getting hit with half of 14 d6 on a save.
Right.
Psychic damage, just tearing into them. So unless something's completely immune to psychic damage, which there's not a whole lot of things, then...
But I was searching around.
Not a whole lot of things. There's a whole fucking ship of things.
What I learned was there are individuals that are attempting to acquire those immunities through magical items from this island.
And it's only,
they are not allowed on this
really.
island.
Oh, no.
So there are none of them here. Now they could bring them here, but they will be few in number. We can capture them and subdue them and take them off this island and fucking butcher them. But on this island, I think is our best chance against that armada. The instant I get on this island, before I get captured by any of these fucking things that can resist it, I'm going to Lord DrakenGuard. And I'm going to offer him this trinket.
This is the best chance that we have.
Well, what are we looking at?
So that
16 days before our ship is ready?
We're looking at
5 days until
Tomorrow morning.
Jarlaxle's fleet starts fighting the entire island.
Well, I think we're deciding
morning
what we're
is
going to
what
do
it
there.
is.
It's just how much time do we have to deal with other things before we're ready to
14 days.
piece the fuck out of here and have a bunch of people chasing us along our journey.
14 days.
I have ways to cure that one as well.
All right.
That's what I was originally planning for, was we get our ship together, we take off, we let them chase us, and I'll sink every single one of their ships. But this other event has delayed that possibility.
It's definitely accelerated a timeline for doing whatever it is that we're going to do.
Yeah.
Made it much more necessary. And then Jarlaxle set his own time limit. And that's why I figure we have to do it on the morning of the morrow.
That works for me.
Um,
Just an attempt to get in, get the weapon, and get out.
That's what... If you get another weapon's easy enough, and if I can figure out how to fire it, I'm gonna do that.
there's probably some people here who might have an idea of how to fight it.
We need to
Those
go...
bullshits that
We
did
have
it.
tomorrow to research a little bit, but we can't talk much. If we even so much as let half of this plan out, we are
They did that.
already there.
They will have protections and safeguards that will kill us before we even get there. They might already. But I figure fortune favors the bold.
Hey.
Yeah, hopefully.
That's what I've discovered. People think you're going to be cautious and go in and try and do something nice and colorful. I'm saying go in and make it ugly. Make it fast, make it violent. Get what you're after and get the fuck out the exact same way.
I can do that. I am confident. I can do that.
They need destruction from everybody on a massive scale. Every which way you can do it. It's the only way we're going to be able to do it. Once we get on that ship, take note of your surroundings. And if you note, anywhere that you look, it'll be along the shorelines, or along the other shorelines of the most of their ships. Stay off of that side. Because that's the way I'd be putting this thing, if I can figure out how to fire it, to make the biggest bang that I possibly can. And then my favorite thing is, of course, disappear like a fart in the wind. Please, if anybody else has any suggestions, comments, ideas, tell me to fuck off. I'm all ears.
I just wish that we had the capability to enhance ourselves in such a way as Captain Rush had. I wish that we had the capability.
20 ifs and buts, candies and nuts, that every day be Christmas.
Right. I wish that we had potions to enhance our speed or fortitude.
There's potions on this island that can do all that stuff.
That's true. But guess
Almost
what?
everything that Rush has
Everybody disperses and goes and does that.
is stuff
They
he bought
have
from
a
the island.
network out here that doesn't necessarily have to watch each and every one of us, just watches every important place on this island and can see us coming and going.
Right. That is and what we purchase.
They have a network already established on this island specifically for this purpose. Not bragging, but trying to find me. But they're watching all of you too. That's the net with the slash through this picture on the paper. If I could think of any other way to have done this, talk to you other than the last minute. It was my planning and preparation that took me so long. I had the research that I had to do to find out if this was even feasible. Things that I had to try and accomplish, and I couldn't accomplish them all. Might even get me killed because I couldn't get everything I wanted. But if it's not here to be had, then it's not fucking here to be had. It's time to move on and figure out something else.
That is true.
I understand I did not give you guys a lot of time to mentally process this. But if you're testing yourself every day, why weren't you already processing this anyway?
Oh no, I have been processing combat and ways to fight back. I have a big boom, a fun thing that, say, 40 soldiers all of a sudden are on the deck of this ship. They will not like their lives. It will paint a target on me, and I will avoid friendly fire. Hopefully that means that you all will fare well. But it is big. It will attract attention, so it will be only if necessary.
The first individual that we take out on the ship, that creature that can sense your intelligent life forms where they are, will know that happened. And they'll know it's not an accident. They'll know that something's going down. The first one that happened.
What we need to do is, as soon as we see it skylight, because it re-ups and does it.
Takes 10 minutes from when that thing senses something, when that thing notices a major movement. It takes 10 minutes to change the clouds.
If we can maybe ask Ned for his help to go and get eyes on him briefly, anywhere after we have left. That way we have a timer. It says, Captain Ned is over here.
It's been mostly saying where Net is since the lines have been showing up.
Then once it happens, 10 minutes, we get there. We cause fucking havoc and we get out. But we need to make sure it can't, because yes, it knows, and it can tell sabotage or whoever within a limited range.
It can't tell anybody else
Right.
for that 10 minutes.
Exactly.
Well, and its major thing that it used to be able to do was if it had to, if you go, Lorquin, tell them this.
Yeah.
Lorquin was the diplomat. You guys removed that. So
Right.
it is significantly reduced in its ability
Right.
to get messages around.
So we can
Excellent.
wait for skylight.
Then we have a 10-minute window.
We have 10 minutes. Get
Now-
in, wreak havoc, get out.
The person most likely to be able to convince Net to do something like this would be you.
Because try.
Do you have to do it without giving him any details of what it is that we're doing? Or you killed us all?
I mean, you're not wrong. And I can do this.
Beware of entangling alliances.
Oh, alliances with whom? With Net or with you? There is no
There is
tangling there.
definite entanglement there. Anybody who is not accepting of this plan
Right.
cannot be involved in this plan.
No, and I will not tell him whatever. I will advise him to maybe go out and seek more protection. All he needs is a willingness to go somewhere. At zone. And then the Black Betty goes, Captain Ned's over here. Ned, if he's fucking intelligent, which he should be, will go, maybe I will not be here. And he will go somewhere else. Good for him. Hopefully that means he lives until the next day. Because we have not tomorrow when he supposedly dies. The following day.
But guess
And
what?
that's on. Once that message happens, we go.
You guys could always put Net in multiple places if you want.
I have
That is true.
a
Because
way.
you have the hat.
I have the key that can open up any wall, any door, and put him in there, and they're not finding him.
It is true. I could also just be Net briefly.
Or you could take somebody like Mickey or Muck. Mickey or Muck are capable of going with you guys, but just know that there's also a good chance, like Mickey or Muck, if shit goes down and you don't have a healer, it's going to be very difficult to get out.
Yeah.
If shit goes down and you don't have, and you have Mickey or Muck, there's a good chance that they're falling.
They'll die.
Because
This is not a knockdown, drag-out brawl. If it turns to that, we're dead anyway. With a healer.
I'm just saying, we are.
Even with a healer.
We are assuming.
But
that
even
we
if he's
are
not a
Zed.
healer, you know exactly how much of a pain in the ass it could be if he's there, because he could also, shit hits the fan, he can go zone where everybody's running out of the hold or whatever, boom, and then they walk out and they go, this is funny, and they're getting sprayed and blinded. Like you staggered around like a jackass for 18 seconds. So he can do that to a whole group of people or whatever.
But we cannot
capabilities he has.
convince him that not giving the key is what is happening.
Well, he never even got the other option.
Right.
You just were like, nobody has a solution. He's like, I have a solution. There's a solution. He's like, I just want to make sure that we consider
It is not
this
a
is on the
viable
thing.
solution. It's the reason why I came up with the plan.
And I get that, but his god has literally already been punishing him because somebody was obsessed with an artifact. So
Yeah.
he literally lost his celestial heritage because somebody was obsessed with an artifact. So he's like, I have seen one artifact, like super powerful, like badass item,
The good news is,
and now I'm seeing a second one, and
this
both of
isn't-
you guys are
this
fucking
isn't
crazy
an
about it.
artifact. This is a unique item. It is the only one in existence. It is the only one that will ever be in existence. They can never, ever make another one like this.
Possibly could. It'd be really difficult.
If
It'd
you-
take like hundreds of years. You
So,
just have to
as far as we're concerned, they can never make one.
execute the heads of several thieves guilds.
12.
You could probably do a 10. 12 happened the first time, but I'd say probably.
I'm sure that
execute
12 will
like
only make
10
it
of them.
stronger. So then it still wouldn't be the same that it is now.
Wouldn't be as good.
I could try
So if you're off
to.
pretending to be net, I'm not helping on this.
No, I am fast. I can absolute help.
Or, again, you could always have Mickey or Mug
Or Mug.
wear the hat,
I think-
look like Net, and go off and do that.
I think
You could have Net go post up in one of the inns,
keeping
performing.
them out of this would probably be best, because I don't think they have the capabilities to really stand a chance in this one plan.
So I'm just
Well, less
saying,
the
there's the option.
capabilities and more the fortitude. Nice and capable, but if you go down when somebody just blows a breeze, it's not the most useful for
I mean, Mickey
is fine. He's substantial.
Substantial.
making better.
Muck's got his own things. There's stuff to it, but they are also definitely like significantly
And they're healers
lower
too.
level than you. Muck is also a healer.
Yeah.
Mickey also does have some healing. I mean,
See-
Mickey has 52 hit points and a 20 armor class. So I mean, he doesn't go
He's
down
good.
like he's substantial enough. Plus, he can do some crazy shit, which may not be the best, but he can do is he has his ability to force everything within. He has his Champion's Challenge. Bonus action, every creature within 30 feet must make a wisdom saving throw, or it can't willingly move 30 feet away from you, which is always kind of a nice thing, where he can just be like, cool, you guys have to stay here, and he like locks people down.
Yeah, do that until I butcher him.
Oh, yeah.
Like I said, and we are assuming that the worst could happen.
We have to assume that the worst is gonna happen. We have to figure out what to do when it does.
So we're gonna fight 40 plus
We're
soldiers
not.
on this
we
ship.
cannot.
We can.
We cannot fight them.
Phew, listen to this naysayer. I can. Absolutely I can. Mickey and I can. By ourselves. We need only to barely survive. 40 of them cannot hit me at one time. That is impossible. The ones that can, I can handle them.
You can get shot by 40 at the same time. They just can't engage in melee at once, but...
I have
What
some-
do you
If
know
that
Jarlaxle
What are you trying to do?
made his money off of? You guys know he made his money off a specific trade.
Slave trade,
Outside of that,
gunpowder trade.
gunpowder trade.
Yeah, which is fine. Pistols, whatever.
That's the reason why. But here, another thing I'm loving.
A couple of them. They may not be very good with them.
So he's got a gunpowder trade, right? For days now. He's been with fireworks and cannon fire over this island. That's all the money he's spending. He's wasting.
He doesn't care.
Every one of those things that I hear makes me smile. It's just money he's wasting.
Oh, it doesn't make me smile.
How long is a warship? Do we have that information? How long is this warship?
It's a big one, but I don't know.
How wide is this warship?
I've bid on it. Yeah, bid on the Black Betty. Since this whole island thing happened.
A typical warship is about 100 by 20. This warship is 130 by 40.
I can literally,
Give or take.
I can literally affect the entire width of this ship and then some. And I can affect pretty much the height of it, at least to a good amount. And I can affect a majority of its length.
That's excellent. Now,
Well,
my
about half
problem
of its length.
is that I'm really good at being really stealthy. And while you're busy affecting them, if you put their effect on them and I'm there, I'm fucked.
No, here's what I do, right? So,
Gotta play it.
you come up on the front of the ship, yes, with whomever, with
Coming up on the
assistance.
sunny side of the ship. Whichever side. it's-
The sunny side of the ship, but your target is there.
I know what my target is.
I come from the sunny side of the ship,
On this guy.
and I get their attention back here. And I go, boom, motherfuckers, you now have a 60-foot diameter ball of ouch. And it is draining ouch. It is, oh my god, this is fucking painful ouch.
That's the kind of distractions that'll make this plan work.
And not only that, the longer they are in it, the more it hurts. The more exhausted they get.
That tells me that they're going to be trying to get out of it and running towards where I'm going to be.
No, because I put it in the middle, and they know I'm over here. They will retreat as much as they can towards me. Some will go, potentially, towards you, but I guarantee you that they will all be looking at me.
Then if I can figure out how to activate this cannon, I will use it in the other direction. So as to keep it away from you.
Sure. Or you can just take it. The Izzet engineers are about 160 feet away from you right now.
We could
In
go
camp.
ask them about it.
You can go ask. You can go try to sneak around and see if you can't find
I will.
information.
I can-
documents.
I can go stealth that out and see what I can find.
We have tomorrow about how's that? We can use all of
Well,
tomorrow.
if
to
once
work
once
on
we
that.
capture it, we can talk to them then. I think we're counting our chickens before they hatch. I think all of our efforts right now should be on getting it
Right.
and getting off that ship.
I agree.
As it's amazing as it would be to use it against every fucking ship in his armada, I think we'd be better off just getting it. Letting Lord DrakenGuard have use of it.
Should we maybe talk with him and let him know about our plan?
Absolutely not.
We cannot know.
Remember, this is a secret. 3 people can keep a secret as long as 2 of them are dead.
What? I don't know what's going on here.
So
He said he's going
understand.
to kill you guys. Plus, he can't count how many people are in the room.
Understand. That's the same. So there's 4 of us here. Anybody else we bring in is just risking this whole thing going down the shitter.
Very true.
So the smaller, more potent group that we have, the better off we are. Again, this cannot be a stand-up, drag-out fight.
No,
Your deception is beautiful.
it can be. It can. Yeah,
Yeah, for about 18 seconds.
right, of course. But if it has to come to that,
It cannot. We have to get off the ship.
I'll let you do what you do best.
My job is to get that fucking cap.
Easy enough.
Your job is the distraction of the other half of the ship. What shall you two do?
That is a good darn question. My most effective space is going to be doing some kind of smashing, and
Then you could be right here with me.
I like it.
If there's anybody around that are going to hinder my job to get this thing, I need you to smash them.
That sounds like something that I've been itching to do for a while.
Just need to scratch that itch on you, sir. Same thing?
Yeah. I think I can. I think I can keep them away from now.
When we first get to their ship, because different varying ocean depths did affect the size of the rise and the fall of those ocean swells, I'd have to time one, at least one, preferably 3. So we hang out just above the waterline on the side of the ship. We have to do this immediately after the skywriting says where net is, and that begins our 10-minute timer. No matter what happens, we have to be off that ship once that writing happens in 10 minutes.
Something tells me that this will be way faster than 10 minutes. But
If it takes 10 minutes, we're doing something right. We'll have completely caught them with their pants down, but don't even begin to plan on that. Once we find out, once the skywriting happens and it says where net is, we have to get on deck. You have to make your distraction. That right there says them there's something up. I go and I begin to attempt to get this. You two quell any resistance around it. I'll get it. I'll die trying.
Find out
So
what
you'll
you
get it
got.
or we'll all die trying.
Well, worst case.
If after 10 minutes and that skywriting changes, we're still on the ship and we're still alive in 10 minutes. Get off the ship. If I'm still fighting, trying to figure out how to get this thing, this is my life's goal right now. That is my test. If I cannot get this, I die. I failed the test.
You guys did see the cannon being crewed. You saw the cannon on the ship.
it's within sight. We know.
It's also very large. Just know that it's a very big cannon. It's bigger, much bigger than a normal cannon.
Then I have a problem if it's not going to fit in a 10 by 10
It's
portable.
6 foot.
No, 6 foot.
Well, yeah,
Portable.
it's 6 foot
Portable
diameter.
hole. Diameter portable.
Your portable hole is.
6 foot.
I can
10
do
feet deep.
I can do a 10-foot square with my door, and it makes it ugly, but we still get it. Because once I put the removable rods under it, the ship goes down beneath it. I can do my key underneath it. Now I got a 10 by 10 square.
That has a 5 foot entrance. Yeah, the keys are a 5 foot door.
5-foot door. So, see, now we already got a fucking problem now, don't I?
So we're not going to be able to get it.
It might be difficult to. I mean, you'd have to look at the dimensions of it. But it's very. You guys could see it firing on the ship. It's on the front of the ship,
Yeah.
and it's a very large cannon.
Front off the bow, front off the side.
Off the bow, like directly on the. It's on the forecastle. Where is my warship? Right? Yeah, it's mounted. Well, it looks like it's on the forecastle of the
that-
ship.
That points it towards the island. The sun's gonna go. We have the whole side of the ship that we can fuck with in the morning.
Like, it's so their ship's a little bit bigger than this one, but imagine if that pole was back a little bit and there's bigger. It's on the very front here, and it seems to have a kind of turning radius to it.
Sorry, but it's on front.
But it's on the front, yes, the forecastle of the
So
warship.
then, somehow tonight, I'm gonna have to figure out how to get something bigger on it.
But we do this tomorrow at zone? Because the next zone, Jalaxel kills someone?
I wasn't planning on waiting, but apparently we're gonna have to. I'm gonna have to come up with another solution.
You don't do it tomorrow at dawn.
Yeah.
Tomorrow during the day.
Yeah.
You've got one day, and the next dawn,
Yeah, it's Jalaxel's.
Drow Axel
His
will
thing,
say
yeah.
he's killing somebody.
Somebody.
You're starting to think it might be Ned.
Again, Ned is still an ally, but he's not one I can trust on this mission. I've got to have a day to try and come up with a solution. Ah, fuck it.
Well, and I could sure use the knight's piece.
I think you'd be more useful if you got your nice fleet.
I certainly think so.
So, now then, who else is going to trust Captain Ned and go sleep in the extra spaces that he's going to sleep in? Or are you going to stay here?
If it's all the same to you, I'll stay right here.
Ah, that
You
you.
can sleep. I mean, it'll be a little tight, but you can make it work.
I don't
Makes
want
sense.
Captain Net to feel alienated, alone.
He's already alienated himself.
Yes,
His indecision already made him take a fight that he could not win,
right.
made him lose that fight, made you jump in and make us all look like fools.
That is true.
I cannot do it. I cannot trust him. I
That's
will
just-
not do it.
I
I'll do this whole fucking thing by myself before I trust him.
No, and I get that. No, I'm not saying that I'm going to go over and play both sides. I would like to keep an eye on him, make sure that he does not get desperate.
Play
and-
both sides a little bit.
What's that?
Play both sides a little bit.
I don't want him to get desperate enough to even caution them of something happening. I don't want that. I want to try to convince him that we
Now that-
are waiting until the day
Now that
of
I've
the
made
warning.
Now that I've made my plan open to 5, it's
No,
just
it's just the four of you. Yeah.
To you 4.
Well, and
Every
Oh, I guess yeah, Mickey would be there. Fine.
that's what I said 4.
Yeah.
I know it.
yeah.
1, 2, 3.
Oh yeah, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 10.
But I've made this plan open and knowledgeable to it. There is an expiration date on it. And every minute that passes gets closer to that expiration date. And the closer it gets to that expiration date, the less tasty it's going to be. The less potential it's going to have. The more likely it is to be sabotaged, the more likely it is for them to do countermeasures before we even begin. So waiting until tomorrow at dawn is risky. I have another way to make this thing completely fucking gone in the morning.
In the morning,
Yes.
at the same time as
The exact same time, everything the same, except we don't get to capture this thing. But it's not under Jalaxel's use either.
What are you suggesting?
Ever heard of opening a portable hole inside a bag of holding?
Once or twice.
We fucking sends it to the astral sea because that is literally in the description of literally every extra dimensional space. Most every.
You could definitely rip this thing into the astral sea. You just have to be careful how you do it.
The way that usually that also takes whatever is around it with it.
I understand that.
Yeah.
If you're not gonna be able to fire the thing, you might as well make the biggest mess you can.
Now, is this sensing this is out of the zone, correct?
This is all out of the zone.
Just making sure.
Do you want to take like 5 minutes and run over and see if you can't glance at a book real quick and then take it over? The books are on the shelf. They're technically not owned by anybody. You definitely get a little bit of information on this thing that might help with the planning, so that you guys don't spend like an hour planning something. Give me a stealth check real quick, just because with advantage. Make
Just
sure.
hanging out in the key.
If you roll 2 1s, I might have to roll a dice to see if I see you.
Roll the 10.
So 17 or 27.
27.
Low end. So okay. So yeah, you can
Oh,
go
and
over
I'm still
and you
under
can
my
literally
pass without trace.
yeah.
37.
Yeah. So you can it'd be pushing that hour mark. Because I mean, you guys walked from here to there, which was like 30 minutes.
He was
Top.
getting scooped. Yeah.
You guys move. Well, you still technically move at half speed, so it's 30 feet per round. So not. I mean, you move, but you yeah. You can move faster, but also if you move too fast, the other people who
They
still
can't.
have to go,
Well,
they get out of the zone.
He moves
and
slower
then
than
they
anybody
mess
else here, so.
up. Well, you're also a rogue, so you can dash at
True.
everyone. Anyways, you can easily get the book, and it talks about it. This item, the base of it is a 15 by 50, or is a 15-foot diameter circle that mounts into a ship. The cannon is about 18 feet long and has a chair on the back of it. You have to sit in the chair and attune to the cannon to be able to fire it. It has to be attuned by a spellcaster. This is based off of Spelljammer
And
rules.
tuning takes an hour.
So it would take an hour by a spellcaster to attune it. Your
Technically, I'm a
ability to fire.
spellcaster.
Yeah.
But an hour.
But an hour's
you
not gonna
are.
happen.
You're a spellcaster. You are also an arcane spellcaster, so you can't. You have to be like specifically like basically
In
wizard.
reality, we only
sorcerer
really
type.
need to knock out one
But-
dude to cripple this.
It is
For an hour.
15-foot
for-
diameter
yeah, for an
plate
So that's
that's
Unless they are
mounted to
all
the
attuned.
ship.
the 15-foot diameter plate is the wrench in this works.
So he sends it to the astral sea.
Now, we find
It's like shit. Shit.
I have a way of getting it off this plate.
No.
I have a way of getting it off this plate.
Doing what you said originally with the things.
The things. But you know what else?
If
I
you
have
take
oil
it
of etherealness. All the bolts and everything that's holding it to this plate, I can eliminate. The ship goes down, it leaves its plate behind. I take out one of the immovable rods. It tips down and falls into this hole.
that's kind of where I was going.
I'll probably do that. And then, but you also know that they're firing this thing, like, and I will. So you just know that there's, in theory, from what you're reading about this book and how it's set up, not only is there probably like possibly a crew around it, but there's going to be at least one spellcaster who's literally just his job is to sit in it and stay attuned to it, so that they can fire this thing. But yeah.
That individual, above all others, needs to be taken out first, gentlemen.
Also, don't forget, I mean, Black Betty is privy to our techniques, but
Now, this particular technique, they're used. Everything that we do, we've got to do it different every time.
Right.
Like, how effective was the poison the second time?
Not.
I could have told you that.
Well, I knew that as well.
Definitely did.
Once
Definitely
they-
did tell us that.
But, you know, nobody else wanted to come up with anything.
They only got one, if it makes you feel better. I literally rolled for it. There's one periactive proof against poison on this island. They bought it, which is why they only sent one fucking person to parlay. The captain's like, okay, here, you take it for now. Bring it back to me, fucker.
But
But he bought that right in front of you guys, too.
Doran, I see you're doing a lot of contemplating. You got anything you need to say?
No, your plan was gonna say something like that. Just my thought was when the ship goes, you know, put the rods in when it's up, and then as soon as the ship goes down, it would just pull it off that thing,
That is correct.
and then, like you said, just dump it. I mean, it at least immobilizes it.
It puts it
They're not
into
going to be able to lift that fucking thing.
into this hole. It
Otherwise,
doesn't.
I could lift the
doesn't-
fucking thing.
It'll
doesn't-
take 4 rods as well.
It
From
doesn't-
what you're reading in this book, looks like it'll probably take 4 rods to
Fortunately, I
hold
got
it
5.
up.
I was
But
gonna
if
say,
you're,
it's like, I
if
also
you're
got
going,
one.
if you're going ethereal on the base though, you don't know. They kind of talk about the weight that it adds to a ship, but you're not sure how much of that base. If you make part of that base ethereal, it could greatly affect that. Because you can literally make part of that base ethereal, and then it just, you know.
But I'm not having to
Hook to
get
the
that
ship anymore.
big ass base, 15-foot diameter base, into a 5-foot diameter, 6-foot diameter hole.
I see what you're saying. I know what you're saying.
Yeah. The base would still technically be attached to the item.
Not if it was ethereal.
You could make the ship. Well, yeah, but like if you took oil of etherealness and put it on the blade of a dagger, the blade wouldn't fall off the dagger. If you put it on your arm wouldn't fall off. Your arm would still be attached to your
That's true.
body. Your arm would just then get the ethereal property.
But then, if the whole thing tips in,
So-
falls into the hole.
The base
close the-
will separate, but that's not going to
No,
separate the base from that.
I'm not saying take the base ethereal. I'm saying all the mounting points.
Oh, the mounting points.
Yeah,
Yeah. Okay. Yeah,
ethereal, and it.
yeah. That would do it. Yeah.
Because
then
now the base is still solid,
Mhm.
and the actual weapon
And,
is
yeah.
now above it.
Yeah.
All the mounting points, everything that attaches to it, hinges, gears, whatever it takes to pivot this fucking thing, all that base is now separated from what actually goes boom.
What you're seeing on the sheet is it's basically there's the 15-foot disc, and the disc has different rotating parts to it, and then it comes up to a mount that comes off and has a back seat. Because you've got the book in front of you, so you're looking at like 15-foot diameter that has multiple pieces, and that causes it to go from this center point. You've got the plate as well that kind of comes up and has multiple mounting points. From here it comes up, it has a seat coming off the back of it, the main cannon firing part, and then it shoots off kind of like that. So that's kind of what you're looking at.
So you put the movable rods under that. After the oil of etherealness has been placed on all the mounting bolts, the ship moves down, leaving the cannon up there. You place the portable hole underneath it, take out the 2 rods on one end, tip it, drop it in, pick it up, and we're the fuck off the ship.
Portable hole's also 10 feet deep, and this thing's 18 feet long,
See,
so it'll stick out a little bit. It's a very large
if
cannon.
it sticks out, you can't close it.
Yeah.
So
Portable hole might be very difficult to do.
what I'm thinking is we got to do another space.
What about your key?
He's
It's a
Still
5-foot.
5
Is literally it's a 5 by 5 foot square door as opposed to a 6-foot diameter.
what's the diameter of the cannon?
The length of it.
18 feet.
18 feet. It'd fit in my portable hole, into my room. What is the diameter of the cannon?
Depending on how the base of it,
No.
the cannon itself
Cannon itself.
wouldn't be more than at its biggest pace 4 foot in diameter, right in front of the seat.
We gotta get it right.
So
We can use that door, and it'll drop down. The door, you can open it up on the floor, but then everything that you had in it falls to the back of it, and it acts weird. But we don't care about that, so long as we can get this fucking cannon. It falls in, it fits. Close the door.
So we are just stealing the cannon component.
Just the cannon. They can have the base. They can put any other cannon they want onto it. What they're planning on doing with this is evaporating
The eyes.
the ice.
Yes. Well, you have enough oil of etherealness to
Fact I do. I have-
hopefully make
I
that
have-
happen.
2, which would be able to cover 2 medium creatures. That I'm not covering this entire base. I'm just getting rid of the mountain points.
That is true.
it might be difficult to. I mean, and again, because the problem is too is using oil of etherealness. Again, if you put it
attached
if you put oil of etherealness
to
on the dagger,
cannon,
yeah, the ethereal part is still part of the item. The oil of etherealness won't just automatically disassemble something. the hilt of a dagger and the blade of the dagger are technically separate. If I put it, if I held the blade of the dagger and I put it on the entire hilt, it's not going to just fall off and leave me with a unhilted dagger.
True. But you can't just grab onto it either.
No, you wouldn't be able to.
So
You're right.
this
You can't just
item
grab it.
is
You
not
can
going to be able
separate
to hold.
You can separate this entire cannon from the ship, absolutely, with oil ethereals. But getting it into a
Just-
bag of holding or one of those might be difficult. If it was
There's
ethereal, you
no
could get it
moving
through
parts between the dagger and the hilt. There's no separated parts on your arm.
I'll give you that. I mean, technically, it depends
You
on
can take
the
the
level at which you
bolts
take
and
it
make
to.
them ethereal, and the moving part of it, the bolts that are holding this piece to this piece, you can separate.
Except it's all one scene.
No, it's not. It's been assembled. It's been manufactured. It hasn't been cast in one piece. And the cannon is not part of the base, and I know this because you can't manufacture it. You have to manufacture the barrel of the cannon and then attach the cannon by its fixed point.
The cannon piece you're seeing, and then the piece that's coming down and going into that first plate, seem to at least, you're not seeing any seams drawn on it. That seems to be, in theory, one full shaped out metal piece. Then those pieces go in there. You're seeing mounting bolts around the bottom part, but you're seeing seams, but you're not seeing mounting pieces between those, between the interlocking discs.
It's going to be.
You could, and so you could absolutely go ethereal and bag and rip it from this plane. But getting this thing into the spaces you have now, I'm not saying that there's not potentially more spaces out. You guys walked in and she's like, this is what I have shown. So you could possibly potentially say, hey,
But you got an extra.
do you have
module?
anything outside of the normal parameters of what you have? You know, she has her baseline things. There may be other things. They could also possibly get things, but it'd be more difficult as well.
I think that is
It'd be difficult.
that is worth
A trip.
checking out.
Otherwise, send that fucking thing to the Astral Sea.
If I have to. But I'd rather give it to Lord DrakenGuard.
Me too.
I think he'd be appreciative,
I think he'd be highly
Especially-
appreciative.
especially with all this shit we've caused in the last few weeks.
Try and help bring ourselves back to a little bit better light in his eyes. Since we brought this upon his island, maybe we can give him a solution.
A little bit of respite.
Again, understand that if any part of this plan gets out, I'll disappear and I'll come up with another way. Probably after this island is destroyed, I will kill Jarlaxle. I will take this friggin' trinket and I will send it to the Astral Sea if I have to. I'll destroy as many of his ships as I can. I will make myself the biggest headache that fucker's ever known before I get killed. But I'm not getting captured.
All I
And I
understand
need
that.
you to understand that if you get captured, your wails and screams are not going to allow me to be captured. You've got to. I'll do whatever I can, but rescuing you at that point is not possible. If it was, I'd figure out a way. And I would rescue you. But if I can't rescue you, I'm not giving myself up.
Understood.
Such is life.
I also expect that if I get captured and you guys get away, don't stop, don't look back. Are we in agreement?
Aye, we are in agreement.
Probably will die if anybody gets captured. I'm not good at misleading people.
Well, Mickey, if I get captured and you get captured trying to free me, I'll kill you myself.
That's one way to handle that. I don't know if it's the best way to do it.
I mean, okay, if you get captured, maybe it's fine. But if like Eli gets captured, they're like,
These are choices you all
Really
have to
gets
make.
captured.
Understand what my choice is. For I have had my allies, I've had friends who have been used against me. Their screams still echo in my brain. That's why I don't have friends anymore.
I just don't know if I want to do this if we're not friends.
You're my ally. That is a much stronger place for you to be than just a friend. Also, you're not my enemy.
Also a strong place to be.
Yeah, but I mean, I've been told that before by people so they're not very nice to me. It's fine. It's good.
You're not my adversary.
I don't know
I misspoke.
my place on this thing. I mean, I am a legendary warrior. I'm not a distractor. I could, if you want, I can go be net somewhere. It's
That would be
probably
great
my
if we
best
wish
thing.
to just leave net completely out of this. I think it might even be simpler.
We do need to leave him out of
I
society.
think if you're going to do your, like, attack the ship, I think it might be best to have Net with you. Net has helped us out of a lot of difficult spots. I feel like we would probably
maybe-
still be.
I was thinking you more so than him, honestly, Mickey.
I'll give you that, but I'm just saying, like, when you guys, from what I hear, when you guys were like blind on the island, like he wasn't great at like escorting, but when you were getting attacked, he helped
That's
get
correct.
you guys.
At this
Off
point,
the
we're not
island.
blind, and at this point, I cannot trust him with the details on his plan.
I could just take him with me and then he has to help. But that is almost sentencing him to his own
I
death.
think you need to either
I
have
think at this point he kind
Net
of owes us.
or Mutt
He definitely
with
owes you.
I feel like not having. I'm not. I mean, I have the ability to magically heal you, but
You can also give me protection, which is helpful.
but his magics are better than mine. Is all I'm saying.
My
He
protection
cannot
is simply
fly anymore.
not being seen.
We are fucked. There is no one else of you that can fly with me. I can carry you, quite literally. I can carry you without you being seen for at least 10 minutes. I put you in my bag of holding. You fit. You can breathe in there for 10 minutes. You will be fine.
I can't. I'm just. I mean, we can send him off to an inn, or I can go to an inn and I can make a scene.
Just because you look like Ned, would this thing think that it isn't?
It's possible.
I thought it sensed an intelligent creature.
It doesn't know exactly which intelligent creature is which. I mean, I'm
And
sure
how
I
intelligent
feel
are we
like
talking
he's-
here? Because I'm dumb as a bag of rocks.
From when they talk, it's more just if you're smarter than animal. If you're just smarter than an animal, that from as they kind of explain it, like
Barely.
just pings. It's like
Barely smarter than
it's like you are a star in the sky. There's a light. Maybe some are slightly brighter than others, but the way Aiken
And then-
explains it, it's like he
If
just
it's
knows that.
spies can see someone that looks like Ned and it sees that you're there, and it would think that you're Ned, then it would probably work. It would probably be safer.
as much as I would love to have him, yeah, I mean, at this point, I would literally have to give you the hat, and you go be net somewhere.
Mhm.
We chill inside, literally right after you all leave. I go up to Net, I say, Net, would you care to fly with me? He says no, he's on his own, and I do my own thing.
What?
But
What
if
makes
he
you think?
does fly
What
with
makes you
me,
think that
We're
that
getting
he's-
into
he's-
some stuff.
He's not stupid.
no, he's
All
not
of a sudden,
stupid. But
you want him to go flying. But then you show up on the ship and you start blowing shit up. What's him to attempt to try and stop us? I mean, we already gonna have all these adversaries on the ship. We don't need to bring another one with us.
He's
Oh,
never
Dis-
even
yeah.
even when
Despite
he
his disagreements.
absolutely
he's never assaulted
hates
us.
something that somebody's doing, Even when he
You can
he
speak
literally
for
gave
yourself.
up his celestial nature because he
I
backed her.
asked him several times before I murdered our adversaries in front of him and everyone to spell mercy, to say mercy, to have a chance to intercede. He let me act of my own accord.
Do you want to know if that ship is protected from invisibility? This ship is protected from invisibility. Yep, your little guy. Huh? Oh yeah, no, I don't like this ship. No, we don't go on that ship. It's
Her eyes are on fire as she's like asking Sun to like go and check it out. She's like, also can confirm that the Hellraiser has the
150 feet. 150 feet.
150 feet protection versus invisibility, but 150 feet is pretty close to a ship.
The thing though to remember is that if it works almost like fairy fire, kind of. So if you are hidden on the ship and invisible, you're going to be easier to see because you literally
Right.
like glow.
Right. So,
So you don't want to be invisible within that range.
no invisibility.
Just know that, yeah.
But I haven't walked into the room.
Right. But
Hmm.
for me, I can be invisible. Literally right up until
Until the
burial.
last moment, yeah.
So getting
That's fine.
there,
They
me
won't- they
and
won't just-
whoever I can carry,
they don't see you
that
there.
is easy.
That's fine. We want to be invisible coming up. I can hide and I can make us move or pass without trace.
I can hang out, wait until I am necessary.
We're rehashing things we've already
If you
agreed
go
on.
drink in the bar,
You can drink.
and if I just hum, people won't. I will not sound like that. More, please. And Captain Nut. More.
That's true.
Let's go.
I think that'd be a good distraction.
We'll at least make them go. Like,
Yeah.
Captain Nut is drinking. In
That's
the
great.
bar.
This whole thing comes to a crashing halt, though.
And then if they are looking for Captain Nut tomorrow
If I
to
can-
kidnap him and murder him, they find me instead and kill me.
I think they'll discover that you're not him before they murder you.
They
They'll
may
realize they've been-
murder me when they find out I'm not him.
They'll realize they've been played. They will try and use you to get to us.
Well,
they won't
it-
murder you straight out.
Well, at that point, will they care if it's Ned or not?
I don't know.
But he said he was just going to kill somebody.
But-
and I know they picked Ned on the
Well,
little poster
I'm not saying that
to be scary.
we're
But
not-
if they're going to pick somebody to kill and they
we're not
find
planning on this
Ned or
going that
Mickey or
long, but
Buck, it's just
They will punish us for that idea by killing you. I think.
I think
Probably.
once if
It's
there's
like, well,
any
this
way-
isn't the one we said we were going to
if
kill, so
there's-
we'll kill it and
if
then still
there's
kill the one we
any
said.
way
Right.
that you could sit in some way to look up and see the sky writing.
Mhm.
Once you get the sky writing, you need to disappear.
And you can cast that at will. You can become someone else and
You need to disappear.
Some more plate armor.
no, you can
No.
absolutely
Disappear
Like,
because if they
really
find
hard
you,
to
they will
disappear.
kill you.
Without your thing, I don't. Have you heard me move in my plate armor? without
That
the thing?
doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
Okay.
You can look like a new knight in full plate armor.
I like you said.
You just walk out.
I haven't seen anybody else in plate armor on this island.
That doesn't matter. You can be Mickey Dwarfs as you walk out.
No, we're good. Yeah. Like you said. Well, no, because I don't want to be Mickey Dwarfs. Because again, it's like, where's Ned go? I don't know, but that is Mickey. Grab him.
That is also
That's true.
So then,
Don't be
But
somebody
the
from-
Black Watch, kinds of.
I can do like a black watch and maybe a black watch dwarf.
That would be cool.
Dwarfs like plate. You like, I mean, you don't wear armor. You just walk
not
around.
not my style.
Oh, yep, you do it the leg.
You gotta have a modesty belt
don't-
on that shit, you know.
Don't be shy. Modesty. Who?
So
What?
we don't want to.
I don't know what that is.
Remember, just on a side note, the Lord DrakenGuard said if you needed anything for this, you could speak to him. If you want,
Also a resource that we should try.
just a potential resource, which you could touch on. He does have a little bit of a vested interest in you getting that cannon because they literally are trying to destroy his entire way of life. And also, you don't set up an island like this unless you're trying to avoid certain people. So this island goes down, even if he manages to get away,
Now he's got that whole problem back
then
home.
he's like, cool, I'm back at a place where people can now find
Always
and kill me.
having to fucking hide from everything. Yeah.
Those ancient dragon hearts, they are worth protecting.
There's also an elven guy who's like, cool, I finally found a place where I don't have to wear this armor every freaking day anymore to try to hide. So the ward goes away and he's like, fuck, really? God, why did I sell that?
Literally like a few days after he sells it too.
Yeah.
It's like
Sell it, literally, sell it, just to get it off the island in hopes that maybe somebody starts, it becomes active again and people think I'm off doing stuff. But no.
Somebody might be thinking that now. So then, we'll plan on this on the
Tomorrow
crack
morning?
of dawn, the morning of the morrow. Tonight,
Knees.
you rest.
Zen?
Was it the half disguise? It's the Mickey.
Tonight, you get
Don't
good
think it
rest.
works. It takes an hour.
I've got
Oh,
some
okay.
more
But then I can't make a big
researching
change
and acquisitioning to do.
to be not.
It takes an hour to attune to it, and then it is every 6 seconds you can become something else.
Okay. Yeah, I get it. I don't think he's ever had a magic item that he had to attune to. To be completely honest.
The guardian emblem.
Oh, okay. They did. Okay, so he does have one. He's like,
And the
oh,
amulet of
okay.
the devout.
Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah.
Which apparently
Well,
he has.
that when he was given to it, he was basically told to like sit down and pray to his god. So he may not.
That's fair.
I guess he's not very intelligent, but he get it well enough. He's like, okay, yeah. So like, please.
But I will take off the half disguise.
Are you guys going to take a long rest in here?
We have to because somebody's in dire shape.
I 100%.
Even if you didn't, also you'd all be gaining a level of exhaustion as you walked into this thing.
Right.
For the most part. So, you guys can all mark off a long rest. Did you update?
No.
Just update your or just refresh the page.
Refresh the page. Because I need to mark off a long rest?
You can mark off a long rest as well, but is it refreshed?
Working on it.
Ela's still rest casting.
There it is.
Okay.
As often as
Indeed.
she can.
And then you can long rest.
Right.
And you guys can go get into this.
She will rest cast right before dawn. Her armor of Agathis and invisibility.
Absolutely.
Now does that give me my level now?
Yes. You are now level 8.
Sweet.
Net is level 8 now. Mickey and Muck are both 5. Everybody else, in theory, is level 8. Cool.
Oh boy.
Well, we will call it there with you guys taking a long rest, and we'll be waking up inside of the small room inside of the lower decks of your ship. You can go up. Mickey can go off and go do his thing right before dawn. You guys can grab net and
That'll be,
Do what you want,
that'll
if
be
you wanna take
morning
a
of
nap.
tomorrow, not this morning.
this morning that's coming up.
Right.
Or are you taking another whole day down? Because
The morning that Jarlaxle had set is the morning we're going to have to do this.
okay,
We're going to have to
that's
wait
the
for this day.
35th.
So we
you have
take a
one-
whole day
you're taking
We're
a
gonna have to
whole
wait this
day
whole
down.
day.
So you have a whole day to do this. So you don't have to rest cast. I mean, you can't.
We're going
still, but-
still
to wait this whole day because that's the time that I think would be the best time to figure begin this thing.
Because he's
He's gonna be on
He's going to
shore.
be on shore, ready to do this stuff, probably with a few crew members or some people around.
That's true. We should. That's a good call, actually. Yeah.
The
If
best
things
time I
get
can do it.
messy, he probably needs to have a healer or two around.
Yeah.
Because again,
Which means-
he can deal with some stuff, but for him, if he goes, dagger, 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 he can hurt you guys really rough, but that's also going to hurt him. So you guys didn't see him afterwards, but he definitely got a little bit of a nosebleed from hitting him. He took about as much damage as he did from the attack, but
so we will have a whole day.
Yes, and that's what Quiz is going to use to go talk to Lord DrakenGuard, go talk to the Is It Engineers first, then Lord DrakenGuard.
yeah.
Then,
Granted, you pretty much, I mean, you can go talk to them, but you got the book and know pretty much everything you need to know
Okay,
about the
alright.
canon. And it kind of breaks down it doesn't talk about how it's made, but it'll talk about the basics from
Right.
it. Then you go into it and there's a lot of pages that are missing stuff. You have the lantern out, so you'll see that there's some words written in invisible ink. And then it's not Thieves' Cant. It's some sort of code. But half the book is all just code with no cipher. So the way that this item is made, it's literally, you have an entire tome of how this item's made. And it is just gobbledygook other than the schematics, the baseline that kind of tells you what it does and whatnot. But effectively, when you read it, you have to, a spellcaster has to sit down, and it's based off of the highest level spell you have, determines how powerful this item is.
right. Also, he has to go to extra spaces.
Heard. Yeah. So we can sort all that out.
So-
We'll put that up next week.
Next
It's
week.
probably about that time. I
Gone
mean, I'll
quickly.
play for hours, but I know people
Well
are
past
going
that
to
time.
Yeah.
So we thank everybody for watching us. Be sure to tune in next week on Tuesday. About 5:45 we usually go live. And we will be continuing on to the sanitarium and dealing with more, maybe freeing more prisoners. Probably not. I think it's good to not free more because we don't want to get overwhelmed. And then we'll go up, and then once we acclimate the people we free, we'll free more. But we'll be doing that on Tuesday. And then Wednesday we will do a continuation and see if we
Can't all die.
can't all die, or maybe save DrakenGuard Isle, or just destroy it all, because I'm more than willing to completely level this entire fucking island.
I will
That I
burn
spent
this thing to
many,
the
many,
ground.
Many weeks building. I'll just
And Quiz would
destroy
stand
it.
and go, if he has to.
Now it's really bad when he's back there and you hear this.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was like,
Oh, no.
Makes it sound a ton better when it's in the middle. Oh, you're classic.
And this is
Yeah.
classy era.
Oh,
Yeah.
You take that much damage.
Have evasion.
because it's not
It's not a dex save. What type of save is it? It isn't.
Yeah.
I said you take that
Yeah.
much damage.
wait.
There's no saving throw.
you take.
Use my tome of Levitic.
So, thank you guys for watching us. Be sure to like, comment, subscribe, share, and get in the comments. Let us know, what would you be doing right now? What are some of your thoughts? How would you make this work? And would you save DrakenGuard Isle? Would you just let it just get destroyed? What are your thoughts? I know there's awesome people out there. Just let us know. And we'll see you guys next week.
Woo, peace out.
Oh, yeah.
Always some shit.
Is that interesting?